It was Q when you said that you were instructed to have the whole experience set up for him. Who is the him in that sentence? Rob asked me to set up the tour guide and the hotel. It was very last minute. I chose to get the hotel room set up first, hotel room and rooms set up for everybody, and once that was confirmed and I knew I could actually get the hotel rooms, I was paying in cash and I wasn't sure if that would be allowed or not. It was. I was able to get the room secured. I called up to ask for a tour guide to escort us around for the park, and there was nobody that was available, and so they had to ask for someone to volunteer to either leave their current assignment or come in off hours to actually tour to escort him. Q, let me stop you for a moment. What, if any, understanding did you have regarding the qualifications for a tour guide? A, it needed to be a woman. Q, why is that? His request was that it always be a female tour guide. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1541. Q, who is the his in that sentence? Rob. Q, who did you understand was going to be accompanying the defendant on this tour at Disney? A, it would have been Rob, some security, myself, there could have been other members of the traveling party, and female guests. Q, were you able to find a female to serve as a tour guide for the defendant? A, in this instance I was not. Q, what did you do? A, he was on his way to Disney, so I took the first person I could get. It was a gentleman who was there to greet us as the bus pulled up. I did not notify Mr. Kelly that this person was that there was going to be a guy, and we pulled up, he realized it was a gentleman, and we cancelled the VIP experience. Q, so was there a tour that day? Did the defendant go on a tour that day? No, we did not. Q, and what was the consequence for having secured a male tour guide instead of a female tour guide? A, for not having the correct tour guide, and not communicating it, was a week's pay. Q, how much was a week's pay at that time? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1542. A, I believe it was 1500. MS Gettys, one moment. Nothing further. The court, I know it's a little early for our morning break, but I think it makes sense to take the break now. So we'll be in recess for about 10 minutes. Please don't talk about the case at all, but enjoy the break. I'll see you in a few minutes. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury exits courtroom. The court, everybody can have a seat, and the witness can step out. We'll see you in a few minutes. Witness steps down. The court, anything before we break? All right, see you in a few minutes. Recess. In open court, jury not present. The courtroom deputy, all rise. The court, I think we should probably get the witness. MS Shahada, Your Honor, there is one matter I wanted to just make Your Honor aware of. The witness following this witness is a witness who will have a lawyer present the court, okay? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Proceedings. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1543. MS Shahada, and so we may just need like a tiny short break to logistically work that out. The court, that's fine. I have another question for you. I take it you have a number of experts, is that correct? MS Gettys, we have 3 experts, 3 more experts. The court, one will be the DNA. MS Gettys, yes, then the court, what's just the general area of expertise of the other 2 MS Gettys, the other the court, so I can be thinking about it. MS Geddes, yes. One will testify about trauma bonding, and some of how the experiences the witnesses testified might affect somebody, and another will testify about herpes. The court, all right, thanks so much. Go ahead. Mechanic, may we inquire who is the witness who has the attorney? The court, can you stop trying to drive me insane and turn on your microphone? Mechanic, may we inquire as who the witness MS Shahada, certain of the victim witnesses? The court, is this John Doe number 1? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1544. MS Shahada, no. This is yes, she'll be testifying as Stephanie, which is her first name only. Mechanic, okay. The court, all right. MS Cruz Melendez, the victim witness who will be testifying as Addie, will also have a lawyer present. The court, okay. Mechanic, are there any pending charges or any giglio materials that we missed? MS Shahada, it's unrelated to criminal charges. It's because they are victims, and we made a request to the court to allow them, since the courtroom is not how it's usually configured for the pandemic, to allow them to have their attorneys present given the nature of the testimony, and so forth. Mechanic, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything. The court, you never are. All right, thanks so much. Let's get the jury, please. Thanks. Jury enters courtroom. The courtroom deputy, you may be seated. The court, all right, everybody, we're ready to continue with the cross-examination of the witness. Go ahead, Mr. Farinella. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1545. Emir Farinella, thank you, Your Honor. The courtroom deputy, the witness is reminded he is still under oath. The witness, yes. Cross-examination by Emir Farinella, Hugh, good morning. A good morning. Hugh, Mr. Arnold. So let's start back to your education. Isn't it a fact that you said that you essentially received a certificate for engineering from a university in Arizona, correct? It wasn't a university, it was almost like a trade school just specifically for audio engineering and studios, and for live sound. Hugh, okay. And so as a result of that experience you were I guess offered, or received an internship at Chicago Tracks, right? I applied for the internship. Hugh, and at the time Chicago Tracks had no relation to Mr. Kelly, correct? R.KELLY was a customer, booked studio time at Chicago Tracks. Hugh, but they were separate and distinct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1546. Yes. Hugh, Chicago Tracks didn't advertise that you can get this internship with us and work with R.KELLY or anything like that, right? That's correct. Hugh, all right. So when you were intern, when did your internship end? It was a 4-month internship. I started picking up phone shifts, answering calls for Chicago Tracks within the first month or so just to make money. Before I was hired on as the assistant to the chief engineer, probably about 4-5 months into my time at Chicago Tracks. Hugh, and so when you were eventually hired, who were you hired by? The chief engineer. Hugh, at Chicago Tracks? At Chicago Tracks. Hugh, do you remember his name? Yes, it was Chris Steinmetz. Hugh, and so how long was it before you transitioned from Chicago Tracks to working for Mr. Kelly? So that would have been around January 1999, December 1999, was when I started working at Chicago Tracks as the assistant to the head engineer. I started working directly for Bass Productions in 2003. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1547. Hugh, so it was in about, I believe you said March of 2003, that you exclusively worked for Mr. Kelly? That's correct. Hugh, and the entity's name that you were working for or hired by, I should say. Yes. Bass Productions. The courtroom deputy, sorry, they can't hear you in overflow, Mr. Farinella, your mic. The court, it might just be where you have the mic positioned. Emir Farinella, I don't know if I can get it closer to my mouth. The court, just slow down a little bit too. Emir Farinella, yes, I'm a fast talker. So is that better? No. The court, I think so. Emir Farinella, I don't know why the court, I mean, the other option, if you like, is just to use the standing mic if you're not a walker. Emir Farinella, I'm not a walker, no. The court, you might just want to use the microphone, it might be better. Let's see if that's a little easier. Emir Farinella, I apologize, Your Honor, I will try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1548. The court, that's okay, whatever works, take your time. Emir Farinella, is that better? The court, that's good. Emir Farinella, all right. So I'm going to sit here like this. All right. I will do my best. Thank you, Your Honor. Hugh, so in 2003, when you were hired by Mr. Kelly, isn't it true that you were hired by his manager? I was hired by Daryl McDavid. Hugh, and what, and you had testified yesterday that your initial duties were errands and assisting the engineers at the studio, right? The court, I think we lost you again. Emir Farinella, how is that? The court, that's perfect. Emir Farinella, how is that? Is that better? The court, good, good, good. Emir Farinella, if you could please repeat the question back. Record read. Yes. In addition to that, getting petty cash and answering phones and making sure that there was a runner and phone person staffed. And managed the building for any, if there was any maintenance that needed to be done on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1549. Facility. Hugh, and both yesterday and today you mentioned the term runner, right? Yes. Hugh, and you said these runners would go out and get food for people, correct? Yes. Hugh, and isn't it a fact that the runners or personal assistants are commonplace in the entertainment industry, or more specifically the music industry? In the studio industry, there would always be an intern or runner available at a studio, a recording studio. I can know that from other studios that I worked at. I've only ever worked for one celebrity, so I can't speak on what it's like for other celebrities. Hugh, but it didn't seem uncommon, correct? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. Do you have any basis for claiming, or for stating whether it's common or not? The witness, no. The court, next question. By Emir Farinella, Hugh, so you had testified yesterday that if someone came to the studio or the gate you notified Mr. Kelly, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1550. Did you say I would notify Mr. Kelly? I couldn't hear you. Q. Yes. Yes, I would notify Mr. Kelly. Q. And this was during the time period where Mr. Kelly had already achieved some success, correct? Yes. Q. And Mr. Kelly achieved some level of notoriety, right? Yes. Q. And so it started to become overwhelming in terms of the general public wanting access to Mr. Kelly, right? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained as to form. Did his increasing success have any effect on the nature of the work that you did? And if you can't answer the question, just you can say that. The witness, yeah, I don't know. Q. Well, you would agree that it affected Mr. Kelly's public exposure more so than when he wasn't as popular, right? As long as I've known him, he's been famous, hugely famous. Q. So when you say famous, you mean he's known both nationally and internationally, correct? Yes. Q. And as someone who is working for someone who's famous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1551. Your job duties become a little more difficult because of that fame, correct? I don't know if I would say they're more difficult. They were to me, they always were difficult, it was always the same. Q. So when you would meet someone at the gate, did you think it was unusual? No, it was common. Q. Right. So it made sense to you that somebody of Mr. Kelly's fame had basic security measures in place, right? I mean, M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. Did that make sense to you? The witness, to expect that there would be security in place, or a separation between the celebrity and the public seems logical to me. Q. Isn't it a fact that Mr. Kelly worked long hours at the studio? Yes. Q. Okay. And yesterday, and I believe even today, you said one of your job responsibilities was to ensure that the refrigerator in the studio and the refrigerator in the tour bus was stocked, right? And not just specifically the refrigerator, all like any. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1552. Supplies were required to be stocked for the bus, which would include food. Q. So is it fair to say that while you were employed by Mr. Kelly fulfilling this responsibility, that responsibility was always taken care of, correct? I can't speak for all the time. When it was my responsibility to purchase supplies, or to do an inventory of supplies at Chicago Tracks, yes, I would make sure that all the supplies were purchased and food was on that list of supplies. Q. And so when it was yours at any given point in time of your employment, when it was your specific responsibility to ensure that the bus and the tour bus and the studio that food was replaced, you went and did that, right? I myself would, or the task would be assigned to another assistant, or runner, or somebody else that was working. Q. Right, but you made sure that got done, correct? Yes. Q. Okay. And isn't it a fact that you can't remember a time when that wasn't done, right? The court, what, food getting stocked? Q. Ensuring that the refrigerators on the bus and the studio were properly stocked. Yeah, I wasn't there all the time, I can't speak to when I wasn't around. Q. Well, isn't it true you had a number of interviews with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1553. The government regarding this case, right? A yes. Q. Okay. In one of those interviews you said that you also worked very long hours, right? A. I did work long hours, yes. Q. And I'm assuming that those long hours were at the studio, correct? A. In the Chicago Tracks days and the Chocolate Factory days on Larrabee, it would have been in the studio. Most of the time then was started out 9 to 5, so normal business hours, but still would voluntarily be there very late for the Chicago Tracks days. The Chocolate Factory days quite frequently were 12-hour shifts, often without weekends off. The Chocolate Factory after that became a lot more 24-hour shifts. Q. So thank you. So going back to Mr. Kelly and the success he had in the music business, it's also true that Mr. Kelly would have people in the music business who were just as famous as him come to the studios, correct? There was instances where other celebrities came to the study, yes. Q. Do you remember those instances? A. Few of them, yes. Q. And can you please tell me who or tell us who those people were? Sure. Over the duration of the time I worked with him or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1554. Just a specific time? Q. Well, when you were working at the studio, so over the course of your time with Mr. Kelly is sufficient. A. Okay. Jay-Z and Puff Daddy came in. Q. Will go one at time. When Jay-Z or Puff Daddy came in, did they have a security team? A. Yes. Q. Did they have a lot of people with them? A. Yes. Q. So it wasn't 3 or 4 people, right? It's more like 10, 12, 15, 20 people, correct? A. I am not sure. More than 3 people I would say would be safe to say. Q. More than 5 people? A. Yes, in both of these instances, yes. Q. 10, up to 10 people maybe? A. Not necessarily, but I can't be 100% sure. Q. How many vehicles did they pull up in? A. I don't recall for sure. Q. So would they travel in A. Do you recall if they traveled in vans, or Suburbans, or limousines, or A. Yeah. Q. Do you recall the mode of travel that they used? A. For Puff Daddy I remember it being like a turtle top type van, like a black van that pulled into the gate. There may 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1555. Have been an additional SUV, but I don't recall for sure. Q. And so when they pulled up, forgive me 1 second. Let's do this. Let's go back to the government's exhibit. So I'm going to refer you to government exhibit. I'm referring you to what has been admitted as government exhibit 525. Do you remember seeing this? A. Yes. Q. And you said that this is where guests would come? A. Yes, that's the entrance to the parking lot at the studio on Larrabee. Q. When guests would come, in this particular instance Jay-Z or Puff Daddies, I guess how would you say it, entourage, if you will, they would come through this gate, right? A. Correct, into the studio. Q. Where would the cars be? I oftentimes pulled the main vehicle that had somebody would pull up right up to the front right by the main door where that on the other picture there was a light up sign that said tracks, that's where somebody would pull up unless Mr. Kelly's car was already parked there, then they would park in the parking lot. There was parking spots along the side of the building, all along well, you can see there's quite a lot of spots inside the lot. Q. Right. So wouldn't it be the ordinary course that they would actually park in that lot, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1556. A yes. But there'd also be cars parked on the street possibly. If there was a large amounts of vehicles. I wouldn't know. Q sure. On a whole it was likely that Jay-Z, or Puff Daddy, their main vehicle or vehicles would be in the lot, right? A correct. Q and so you see that the lot there has some barbed wire at the top, right? A yes. Q so there's a need for a secured lot there, right? A yes. Q and so going back to the secured lot, when Puff Daddy and Jay-Z weren't there with their vehicles and people, the studio was also in what you would say, a rough neighborhood, correct? A yes. Q so that was also there to ensure that the studio was protected because it had millions of dollars in recording equipment and things of that nature in there, right? At the time the studio was built it was a difficult Q, right? So in your mind that was a totally reasonable security measure, right? MS Geddes, objection. The court, well, first of all, you always have to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1557. Let the witness finish his answer. I don't know. Did you think what are we talking about as a reasonable security measure, having barbed wire? Mr. Farinella, yes. The court, any question about that? The witness, I never thought it was strange. By Mr. Farinella, Hugh, did you think it was unreasonable that guests could come and park in a secured lot? No. Hugh, so we were on Jay-Z and Puff Daddy, who is the next person that you remember coming to the studio? A Shaquille O'Neal. Hugh, what was that like? He came with it was a smaller group, he had an assistant, and he came with another Chicago rapper named Twista who had a few people with him. There was probably another Q. You said I'm sorry, Twista? A yes. Q and he was a rapper? A yes. Q so Shaquille O'Neal and Twista. How many people with Shaquille O'Neal? About 5. That sounds about right. Though I'm not sure until. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1558. You whether they actually came to work with Mr. Kelly, or whether they came to work at Chicago Tracks, but that was another celebrity that came through. Q and Twista, how many people did Twista have? I don't recall, it could have been another 4 or 5 people too. Q, although it may not seem Mr. O'Neal needs security, did he have security with him? He probably had one individual with him. Q, what about Twista? Probably had one individual also. Q, so do you recall the cars that they arrived in? I don't in this scenario, no. Q, but it was probably likely they parked in the secured lot, right? They would have parked in the lot. Q, and they probably arrived in something like you had described Mr. Kelly driving a Maybach, or maybe a Suburban, something along those lines. MS Geddes, objection. The court, sustained as to form. Do you have any recollection of the kind of vehicles that these various people would arrive in when they came to the studio? The witness, I'm fine to answer generally that it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1559. Would be probably a rental vehicle, or like a limousine service, a car service. The court, okay, next question. By Emma or Farinella, Hugh, and so do you recall anyone else other than Jay-Z, Puff Daddy, Twista, and Shaquille O'Neal? Yeah, I'm sure. Well, over the long time which I worked for him, Whitney Houston had come into work in the studio with him as well. Hugh, right. So Whitney Houston arrived at the studio, and she had security detail, correct? Yeah, like 1 or 2 people were with her. Hugh, she arrived in a vehicle that was probably parked in the secured lot, right? Yes. Yeah, actually that might have been at Olympia Fields that she actually came by, but yes, Q, okay. Same thing though, I mean, right? Yes. The court, I'm sorry, can I just ask, is it fair to say that whenever somebody would come to visit, or to record, and the person was famous, is it fair to say that they brought other people with them? The witness, yes. The court, all right. Can you just give an estimate, whoever the person is, what the range of people they 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1560. Would bring with them was? The witness, sure. It could be as small as 2 people because they brought 1 security guard, or assistant, or their own engineer. And there was instances where there would be a community, 10, 15 people. Not just necessarily celebrities to the caliber of Mr. Kelly, but local celebrities as well could bring an entourage. It always varied. But I would just like to say that, depending on the circumstances, if someone is there for an appearance there would be more, and if someone's there just to do a recording session, there could be less. The court, I see. The witness, that would be the distinction. The court, okay. Next question. Amir Farinella, thank you, Your Honor. Q. With that being said, I know that you had mentioned some job titles, but these celebrities would bring, or they could bring sometimes a hairstylist, right? Or a manager, right? A personal assistant that did their wardrobe, right? Yes. Q. And personal assistants that went and did the same activities that runners do for Mr. Kelly, right? Yes. Q. Like get food and get coffee, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1561. Not necessarily, we would have done that, yes, Q, okay. The court, let him finish the answer. Let him finish the answer. We'd have done that as a mechanism of the studio. It would be the expectation would be there would be somebody at a studio that would always be able to take care of getting food and things like that. Q. So there was a definite need to ensure that there was a runner that could fulfill those responsibilities, right? We always had somebody at Chicago Tracks and at the Chocolate Factory. Q. And I think you had said that there was a distinction between a planned event versus an unplanned event, right? Or no event planned, right? I'm sorry, in terms of? Q. So let me rephrase. So I think you had said that the range of people that would be at the studio varied as to whether it was a planned event where that, or a planned appearance, I believe you said. I'm sorry, right? So if Whitney Houston is coming to sing as an appearance, it would draw many people outside of the inner circle of the person, right? Correct. And in an instance where someone is coming in to record a simple vocal, the entourage, or the traveling party. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1562. Could be very, very minimal. Q, but that person would have their own people, and it would be generally it's more than one, right? Yes, I would say so. Q, and so with that being said, when they arrived, didn't I think you, I believe you said that you would notify Mr. Kelly when these guests arrived, right? I would be notified if somebody was to be, if we're to expect somebody to open the gate for somebody, we'd be notified of who they were, but any time anybody was coming, and if it was a scheduled booking when it was Chicago Tracks as the studio, when I was the studio manager, I would know who was expected to come that day. Hugh, and there might be even, some tendency for that information to get out, and maybe it could draw a crowd, right, outside the studio just wanting to see the person? Yeah, I would say that if it was published that a celebrity was going to be at our recording studio, it would have drawn a crowd in some instances. Q, so if the court, can I just ask you if you remember that happening? The witness, I do. The court, okay. Go ahead. Q, and so was that something that was common? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1563. Was it common for it to be publicized that somebody was going to be at the studio? Q, yes. It happened frequently, but it wasn't, I would say it was common. Q, so there on any given occasion there could be anywhere from 10 to 100 people, unexpected, right? The court, where? Emir Farinella, let me rephrase. The court, okay. Q, so let me follow up. So that's what you meant by a planned appearance, right? A scheduled appearance coming to the studio to record, right? The public was more, I would say there would be a larger group of people appearing for a publicized appearance, but a scheduled appearance would be common for an artist to know that the artist is coming, but in terms of it being open, and there to be public knowledge would be the difference between whether there would be a larger security detail in terms of entourage or people that were with him, would determine the nature, I would say that the nature of the reason for them being at the studio would determine how many other people were there for the event. Q, right. I'm sorry if that made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1564. Q, I'm following. So I think what you're saying, or even the degree their celebrity, right, so would affect that as well. M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained as to form. Q, so the degree of celebrity meaning, if when Whitney Houston came she necessarily wasn't, as you know, as famous as Michael Jackson or Prince, right? The court, I'm going to sustain. I mean, that's a matter of taste. Emir Farinella, well, Your Honor, the court, so let's put a different question to the witness. Q, so there are more famous people who would come to the studio, and they generally had larger people, a larger entourage, right? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, is that true? I think the difficulty is defining who is more famous. But let's ask this, is it fair to say that certain people had larger groups with them than others? The witness, absolutely. The court, next question. By Emir Farinella, Q, what about if they perform a certain genre of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1565. Music, did that affect the amount of people that traveled with them, or not? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, are you able to say that? The witness, yeah, I'm not sure that actually the genre of music makes the difference. Q, okay, thank you. So when they arrived, they would see you first, right? You'd be the first face that they would or the first person they would encounter. Ms. Geddes, objection just as to the form. Q. Isn't it true that you were the first person to greet the guests when they arrived when they came actually inside the studio? I myself was not. I am not necessarily the first person. If I was the person responsible for opening the gate, or in the reception, serving that duty, I would be the first person that they would see. Q. So that job responsibility, it's fair to say, rotated as to who was working during a given time period the person was there, right? Correct. Q. And so somebody, a famous person or any. Let's just say anybody that's a professional guest of Mr. Kelly's arrives, they're greeted by somebody initially. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross, Mr. Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1566. Correct? Correct. Q. And so after that they're taken to the music lounge, correct? To the lounge or the studio, to wherever they need to be. Q. Right. And they are escorted because many of these people don't know where to go within the studio, correct? Yeah, they would not have been to the building or know which room they were to be recording in. Q. They would need, and that goes for professional or not professional, right? If Mr. Kelly was just having a regular guest come, and they weren't familiar with the studio, he wouldn't want them wandering around the studio aimlessly, right? Ms. Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. Is that one of the reasons? The witness, repeat the question, please. Q. Whether it was a professional guest or a personal guest, they arrived to the studio. I believe you said they don't know where to go or where anything is, right? Yes. Q. So they need an escort to get to and from wherever they're going, correct? Correct. Continued on the next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1567. Mr. Farinella, is that better? The court, you're doing fine. We can hear you. By Mr. Farinella, continuing, Q. OK. Mr. Arnold. I'm showing you what has been entered as Government Exhibit 235. Do you remember this from yesterday? Yes. Q. I'm going to turn it over and direct your attention to the center here, or the right side of the diagram. Right? So here is labeled Music I Studio Area, right? Yes. Q. And I believe you said yesterday that this is Mr. Kelly's main studio where he recorded, right? Yes. Q. And so with that being said, if you go to the back of the wall, or over to the next area, it's called the control room, Music I Control Room, right? Yes. Q. And now what I don't think you said yesterday is that aren't these two rooms connected? There's a window between the two rooms, but you can't pass directly from the control room into the studio area without going out to the hallways on either side. Q. No, but so as an engineer, where would you sit? The engineer would sit in the Music I Control Room where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1568. The words are actually written. Q. OK. And would there be anybody else in the control room other than the engineer? Yes. There would be where that square is below it, that would be sort of an island that has lots of gear in it. Q. So right there? Indicating a yes. On the other side, if you just move your pen a little further down, there would be a couch back there, and there would be some chairs, there would be keyboards and equipment on top of the console, and people would be able to work there to perform and work from there as well. Q. Okay. So just to be clear, so at any given time, when Mr. Kelly is in the studio recording music, is it safe to say there would be more than 3 people in the control room? There could be times where there's more than 3. Q. Okay. More than 5? There could be. Q. And they all serve specific functions, right? A. In regards to there being more than 5 people? Q. Well, let me rephrase. You said earlier that there's a box here where they may be accessed. In order for this to function. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1569. A control room in conjunction with the recording studio. You mean other engineers than the main engineer, right? It's quite common there would be one engineer and an assistant engineer, correct? Q. And let's just say somebody that Mr. Kelly was collaborating with. Were they, on any given occasion, where would they be? They would be in music with him. They could be in the control room with him to do the work, or else, if they were recording the vocals, or a band or choir or larger group, they would be in the music studio area, the live room. Q. And isn't it accurate and fair to say that if there was collaboration, if Mr. Kelly was collaborating, that person who came to collaborate with Mr. Kelly would also have people with him or her? That's fair to say. Q. And assistants and runners or, managers, those types of people, right? They could. Q. They search specific functions for the person that was there? I don't know for sure. Q. I'm saying on most occasions where the artist was collaborating with Mr. Kelly. If they were there working, they had people there who assisted them in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1570. Work, correct? I can't speak to what everybody would be there for. What I can say is that when I traveled with Mr. Kelly, and if I was in the studio, it would be because I was functioning as part of his team, people that were working for him. My perception would be that when other artists came and brought people, they would be a part of their team as well, though I don't know their jobs or their specific roles. Q. Thank you. Music the studio area, it seems to be a large area, right? The Music studio area? Q. Right. Yes. Q. And the Music studio area had obviously in there a microphone, correct? Yes, it had many. Q. How many would you say there were? There was jacks on the wall to plug in microphones. You could have 30, 40 if needed. Q. Was there anything else in Music Sure. There was often a grand piano in there, like a rolling baffles, these tall absorbent structures. That could go behind the person to isolate the sound. It was very common to have it set up as a vocal area with the baffles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1571. Behind and then a microphone in front. Maybe there would be a couple of chairs, a stool, maybe some other microphones and other gear in there. Q. Okay. So Mr. and Mr. Kelly, I'm sorry. Mr. Kelly played the piano obviously, right? Yes. Q. And there were occasions when there were people that were working with Mr. Kelly that played the piano and Mr. Kelly sang, right? Yes. Q. And so just to be clear, by the way, the 2 rooms, you said there's a window, right? Yes. Q. Okay. Are you familiar with what an IFB mic is? A. No. Q. Okay. So there's a microphone in the control room and, so that the engineer can communicate to the person in music I, right? A. Correct. Q. So they can go back and forth, correct? A. Correct. Q. And they can communicate? A. Yes. Q. Now, this was a recording studio, obviously, right? A. Yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1572. Q. And with a recording studio while you were recording music, the only way to do it is to have absolute silence, correct? A. That would be the preference. Q. Right. So these rooms were soundproofed for that purpose? A. Correct. Q. Now, in the event Mr. Kelly is working in music I in the studio area, Mr. Kelly would have to use, and he needed to use the restroom. He would have to leave the studio and go to the back to the restrooms, right? A. Correct. Q. So was it the same for Studio 2? The court, I hear the question. Q. I said when Mr. Kelly was working in Studio I, he was doing I'll say he was doing so for long hours, and that the restroom that he used was the one behind him? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, I'll sustain the objection to the form. I think the witness already testified about the restroom, right? The witness, I'm not the court, put another question to the witness. Emir Farinella, I'm sorry. You didn't hear me about the second studio. I apologize. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1573. The court, that's okay. Q. Okay. So the question was next to Music I is another studio, right? A. Aha. Q. And the same goes for Music 2, that you can have an engineer, and you can have the performer inside the studio, right? A. Yes, the concept is the same. It's set up exactly the same. Q. Okay. And as I had just asked you the question about each studio being soundproofed, you are able to have, work be done in Studio 2 while there's also someone in Studio I, right? A. Correct. Q. So they can go back and forth while, at the same time? A. I'm sorry. Is the sorry? Ask the question again. I just misunderstood you. Sorry. Q. So you have two studios next to each other, correct? A. Aha. Q. At any given time, they can both be utilized at the same time, correct? A. Yes. Q. Which would generate people being also in Studio 2 if that's happening on a particular day, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1574. A. Yes. Q. And that would mean somebody in the engineering, in the control room, and somebody in the studio, right? A. Yes. Q. Or even more than one person. A. Yes. Q. Okay. And so is it fair to say as an engineer that if Mr. Kelly was in Studio I performing and somebody either walked into the control room, right, and walked into the window, it could be distracting? A. I would think so. Q. Okay. And the same goes that if Mr. Kelly is working in Studio I and someone just randomly pops into the studio or goes into that door by accident, right, while Mr. Kelly is in session, that certainly could be distracting. A. Yes, it would be disruptive. Q. And in this type, when you're recording like that, it could be that there's, a good session happening, and it could be interrupted, right? A might, sure. Q, and so it makes sense that when people who were coming to the studio that didn't know where things were escorted by people, right? A yes, everybody, when they came into the studio. Q, okay. And it could be, and you just said that, and the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1575. Reason for that is because it was an active business place, an active studio where things were really happening, right? That could be one of the reasons, yes. Q, people were working? A yes. Q, and so wasn't it also true that any guest that was being transported to and from withdrawn? Privacy was important to Mr. Kelly, correct? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court overruled. Well, I'll sustain it as to form. Q, so while you worked for Mr. Kelly, isn't it a fact that you understood that privacy was important to Mr. Kelly? A level of I can't think of necessarily the right word, but I'll say control in terms of there were times in which he would want to be private, for sure. There were also times where he wanted to be public, where he openly wanted to be out and available for people to see. So in those times in which he wanted to be private, I could certainly say that would be important to him. Q, and isn't it true that was the same for other celebrities? That came to the studio, they wanted their privacy, right? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court sustained. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1576. Q, so there was a policy that you talked about with Mr. Kelly that was initiated by his former manager, something known as signing confidentiality agreements, right? A yes. Q, and didn't you tell the government that the reason why I'm sorry? It was Mr. McDavid, his manager's idea, and his lawyer, Mr. Jensen's idea, and that Mr. Kelly knew nothing about those confidentiality agreements? The court sustained. Q, did Mr. Kelly, to your knowledge, did Mr. Kelly know that Jensen and McDavid instituted the policy of confidentiality agreements? A, I don't know who formally instigated it. Q, okay. So you had said, you testified earlier that there had been a number of occasions, or there had been at least one occasion that you sat down and spoke to the government with regard to this matter, right? A, I'm sorry. About the confidentiality agreements? Q, there was at least one time where you sat down with the government and talked to them about this case, right? A, yes. Q, okay. So I'm going to show you what, to see if I can refresh your recollection as to what you told the government. A, okay. Q, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1577. M.S. Geddes, what are you showing him? The court, just give her the exhibit number on the bottom. Mr. Farinella, 3500 Ta T2. The court, and why are you showing him this? Amir Farinella, I'm asking to refresh his recollection that that's what he told the government. The court, regarding what? Amir Farinella, well, I had asked him about whether or not Mr. McDavid and Mr. Jensen. The court, oh, I see. Sure. Show it to him. Amir Farinella, may I approach, Your Honor? The court, yes. Go ahead. Q, so can you read the line here that starts with Arnold to yourself, and to the end of the paragraph? Pause. Q, does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the government? A, it's a paraphrase as opposed to a quote, but I believe what I said, if I remember correctly, was that it was instituted at the time in which Q. That's not the question. The court let him finish. A. I'm sorry. I was just thinking. I apologize. It is safe to say that my belief is that it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1578. Originated from Daryl McDavid and Ed Jensen for the process to take place at the studio. I believe that's accurate. Q. OK. And in this agreement, I think you said it included provisions like the person that was there as a guest could not take photographs, right? A. Yes. Q. They could not record, right? A. Correct. Q. OK. And other maybe provisions along those lines, right? A. Yes. Q. OK. So it is safe to say that if a guest that was there for the first time saw somebody that they recognized in the public eye, a celebrity, that they might be inclined to take pictures of that person? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained as to form. I mean, I take it one of the reasons that you had these rules was to keep people from photographing people or approaching them, is that right? The witness, yes, and taking materials or recording audio, music, and things like that. Q. So this particular policy was there or implemented as you just stated, to protect Mr. Kelly's or Mr. Kelly's professional guests' intellectual property, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1579. A. It would be to protect anything that happened at the chocolate factory. Q. Well, I think you also told the government that withdrawn. Okay. So that wasn't an unusual policy that was implemented then, right? The court, do you know whether it's a usual policy to have non-disclosure agreements for people that arrive at the studio? The witness, I can't speak to other studios. The court, okay. Next question. Q. Now, you talked about transporting guests, right? A. Yes. Q. Okay. And that when you did that, you turned the rearview mirror up, right? A. Correct. Q. And so that too, wasn't that a policy to ensure the guest's privacy? A. Yes. Q. And you also said that you would turn on the radio to a reasonable volume, not loud, and making sure it wasn't loud, right? A. Yes. Q. Now, so going back to the confidentiality agreements, isn't it a fact that these were used, like you said, to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1580. Protect the music and also Mr. Kelly's privacy, right? A. I believe I said it was to protect all things that happened within that person's time at the studio, or at the chocolate factory, anything that occurred there. Q. So isn't it a fact that you didn't believe these confidentiality agreements were being used to cover up criminal activity, did you? The court, sustained. Q. As a matter of fact, didn't you tell the government that the confidentiality agreements were in place because there were people, or were implemented? This policy was implemented because people were always, quote, unquote, thirsty, seeking different angles to sue Mr. Kelly, correct? AI in the context, I don't understand using the quote of the word thirsty, but people eager to sue Mr. Kelly at the time of being in, at Larrabee Street, that was my belief. Q. Right. And so that, any type of thing could lead to a potential lawsuit, right? The court, could I see the parties at the side with the court reporter for just a moment, please? Continued on next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1581. The following occurred at sidebar. The court. I would tread very carefully in this regard, because you are going to open the door to some of the things that people are accusing him about. If you're just trying to say that people are doing useless lawsuits, which is where I feel this is going, I would not do that. I think that is extremely unwise, because at the time that we're talking about, you've got the criminal case going on in Chicago, and if you start trying to leave the impression that he's just beset by people that are suing him to get a buck out of him, you really are. It's just not a good idea. It is not a good idea. I think I would move on to something else, and then when we take the lunch break, talk to your colleagues about it, but this is going into a place that you are going to regret. Isn't that what you're trying to show? Amara Farinella, absolutely not. The court, what Amara Farinella? I want to know what he thinks. The court, but who cares what he thinks? Amara Farinella, well, the court, let me finish. It doesn't matter, Amara Farinella, well, the court, because it's what the jury thinks. So what a witness' personal opinion about what first of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1582. All, he's not a lawyer. He did not draft the confidentiality agreements. I suppose if you wanted to go into why they were instituted, the person that you would speak to is the person who drafted them. This is a guy who's like a studio engineer. And they're Farinella, but they're trying to use him to cooperate, that he was assisting in criminal activity. So it's essential to know because at him, as a member of the court, right? Amir Farinella, of the enterprise cannot knowingly assist. If he has no idea what's going on behind the scenes, that goes to what he knew versus what he didn't know and what he thought. The court, you still have to do this within the bounds of rules of evidence and the rules of just general trial advocacy, and whether or not I'm not going to have a whole conversation here about the purpose of this witness, whether he's a member of the enterprise or not, but he's certainly part of the day-to-day operations of the defendant's business, but that doesn't mean that you can ask him what he thinks about all kinds of things. We'd never ask him, even the government didn't ask him whether he thought Mr. Kelly was committing a crime. It's totally improper. Amir Farinella, Your Honor, I'm faced with the fact that the government is saying that Mr. Kelly used surrogates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1583. To drop people off, right? The court, right. Amir Farinella, they have to establish those people knew they were assisting Mr. Kelly in a criminal enterprise. The court, they do not. They do not have to do that. So all I'm going to suggest is that you move on to something that's less troublesome than this, and I'm really doing this to help you out because if I let you go, Amir Farinella, I have no further questions in regard to that matter. The court, okay. All right. Amir Farinella, so I wasn't planning on going on to that drag strip. Maybe a ramp to it, but not on it. The court, you were heading over the cliff there. So what I would say is that if you think that there is some productive reason to do it, consult with your co-counsel, and then you can do that at the lunch hour, but I think that you can certainly ask him about stuff that he did or things that he has knowledge of, but his opinion about things, no lawyer would be permitted to do that, and I wouldn't let the government do it. So that's my ruling. All right. Let's keep going. End of sidebar. Continued on next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1584. The court, all right. Go ahead. Emir Farinella, thank you, Your Honor. By Emir Farinella, Hugh OK. So let's go now to Olympia Fields. Let's move from the studio in Chicago to Olympia Fields. Many of the same things withdrawn. So the government showed you a picture of a gate, right, at Olympia Fields when you first go in? A yes. Hugh, when you first arrive? A yes. Hugh, and you said at that gate a security person was stationed, right? A yes. If a security person wasn't sitting out there, we would be monitoring it from the camera in the reception area. Hugh, OK. And so the same policy applied at Olympia Fields as the studio, where if a guest came to Olympia Fields, that they would be escorted, right? A yes. Hugh, and then they would also, I believe you said, sign a confidentiality agreement, right, either at the front gate or when they got to the studio. A yes. As the course of time at Olympia Fields, it was much more enforced early on at Olympia Fields than later on. But early, when we first started having a studio there at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1585. Olympia Fields, we would follow the exact same process as Chocolate Factory downtown. Hugh, OK. And the process was that when a guest arrived, they would obviously sign this agreement that they were presented. Would you either take a Polaroid or driver's license, or did you do both? It's possible we did both at some point, but to my recollection, we did one or the other. More likely, we were doing the driver's licenses. I don't recall when it would switch between one or the other, or why we stopped taking driver's licenses, or when we did Polaroids, but I remember we did quite a lot of Polaroids and photos to attach to the confidentiality agreement. Hugh, OK. So if the person didn't have a driver's license with them, would Polaroid be a method that was utilized? A yes. Potentially, yes. Hugh, OK. And, again, the purpose was to ensure that Mr. Kelly's privacy and safety were protected while that guest was at the property, right? The purpose of the Polaroid was to attach it to the confidentiality agreement to identify who was the person that had signed the agreement. Hugh, so if somebody came as a guest and burned down Olympia Fields, you would know who it was, right? And not necessarily. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1586. Hugh, you had either a photo ID, not identification, but a picture of her or him, right? We would have a photograph of people that had come in and signed the agreements. Hugh, and then the other reason why you took the driver's license was to ensure that the person who signed the agreement was, in fact, that person on the driver's license. A yes. Hugh, and there was a period of time when Mr. Kelly's family was living in Olympia Fields as well, right? A yes. Hugh, OK. And Mr. Kelly withdrawn. I'm getting ahead of myself. Mr. Kelly was married at the time, partially married during the time that you worked for him, correct? A yes. Hugh, OK. And he also had small children, correct? A yes, he had children. Hugh, and this is while the court, I'm so sorry. I think one of the jurors is having trouble hearing, is that correct? The juror, no. The court, I thought you were signaling to me. The juror, I am. Okay. Donna will come to you. Pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1587. The court. I think what we'll do now is take our lunch break and we will be back at 2:15. Please don't talk about the case, don't look anything up, but have a great lunch. Jury exits. The court. All right. Everybody can sit down. The jurors needed a break. You can take the witness out. Witness steps down. The court. Mr. Farinella, do you have a sense of how much longer you are going to be with this witness? Mr. Farinella, not much longer, Your Honor. The court. To me, not much longer means something different, I think, than what that means to the lawyers. Mr. Farinella, yes, well, the court. To me, not much longer means less than 10 minutes. That's my favorite number. Mr. Farinella, it could be 10 minutes. It could be an hour. The court. Well, that's not at all helpful. Let's try to make it closer to the 10 minutes. All right? Mr. Farinella, yes. The court. All right. We'll break for lunch. Anything else we have to put on the record? All right. Thanks so much. Lunch in recess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1588. Afternoon session, in open court, jury not present. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Judge ANNM Donnelly entered the courtroom. The court. Everybody can sit down. Defendant entered the courtroom. MS Geddes, Your Honor, should we bring in the witness? The court. In just a minute. I just wanted to clarify what we discussed at the sidebar regarding certain questions that were posed to the witness. I just want to make sure that counsel understands the reason for my concern. The first rule is, and I think it is sort of a general rule that I believe everybody understands, is that questions to witnesses about whether they think certain things are criminal are just not proper questions. Really, in any case. But the other concern that I had, which I just wanted to make sure I expressed clearly, was that questions regarding, which seemed to me were directed at showing that the defendant was that there were sort of, I guess for lack of a better word, kind of nuisance lawsuits that were filed on a regular basis against the defendant. I expressed to counsel that I think that is an extremely risky path to go down, given, I believe at around this time, the defendant was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1589. Charged in Chicago with the crime that we already discussed. And it was my concern that questions along those lines would open the door in a way that counsel really didn't intend for it to do. So that was the reason for the discussion. Are we ready for the witness? I think we are. Let's get the witness. And if we could get the jury too. Witness entered and resumed the stand. Pause. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury enters. The courtroom deputy, you may be seated. The court, all right, everybody, back from lunch. We are ready to resume with the cross-examination of the witness. Go ahead, Mr. Farinella. The courtroom deputy, the witness is reminded he is still under oath. The witness, yes. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1590. Thomas Arnold, called as a witness by the government, having been previously duly sworn/affirmed by the courtroom deputy, was examined and testified further as follows. Cross-examination by Mr. Farinella. Hugh, good afternoon, Mr. Arnold. A good afternoon. Hugh, just to go back to something we talked about earlier with regard to the visit, when Jay-Z came to the studio. Wasn't the studio shut down, essentially? I don't recall that it was shut down. There may have been other, I believe it was while it was still Chicago tracks, so I believe there may have been other artists performing in other studios. So I wouldn't say that the whole studio was shut down. Hugh, so it wasn't exclusive just for Jay-Z's appearance, and he would be the only person there? The Chicago tracks had, for total, actual studios in it around that time, so there could have been, and I don't know for sure whether there were or not, other people performing in other studios. The studio, that the actual studio room that he'd have been using, would have been restricted just for his session. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1591. Hugh, so you don't recall if specifically the entire building was shut down, and there was no movement around while he was visiting the studio? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, I'll sustain it as to form. I also think your microphone might be out again. Now I can hear, all right. Mr. Farinella, how's that? The court, better. Mr. Farinella, sorry. The court, so that objection is sustained. By Mr. Farinella. Hugh, so, based upon your recollection, when he visited the studio it wasn't shut down completely, where there was no movement inside the studio during the time he was there? I don't recall a time where the whole building was shut down for a particular artist when it was Chicago tracks any time. Hugh, thank you. Now, did there ever come now, isn't it true that you, along with Donnie Lyle, hired and fired many of the runners, right? Yes. Yes, as well as the engineers would also be helping to hire and training, and could fire as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1592. Hugh, and you also had the authority to define any one of these employees if you felt it was necessary to do so, correct? I did not. I would not have ever fined somebody on my own authority. Hugh, so, when you and Donnie Lyle would be interviewing a new potential employee, it was a rather rigorous process, right? It was formalized process. We would meet, either somebody would come into the studio, and we'd meet there, or else, I know at the Olympia Fields time I would meet somebody at Panera Bread to actually conduct an interview with them. Hugh, and you did that because of the fact of what Mr. Kelly did for a living, and the circumstances surrounding this new person that you were relatively unfamiliar with, correct? Yes. Hugh, so, again, for Mr. Kelly's privacy and safety, right? And not entirely, but that would enter into it, that would be factors. Hugh, and so, did Donnie always assist you in the interview process? No, I would imagine he could have led the process as well. At some point. Engineers could have led the process. I could have assisted the engineers with the process as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1593. Hugh, but isn't it true that you screened the new employees because they were going to have access to the studio, right? And not all of them, but it was one of my responsibilities, was to be a part of the hiring process and the training process. But I wasn't exclusively hiring people to work at the studio. Hugh, and during the interview process, wasn't it typical to explain to these new, especially potential runners, what their responsibilities were going to entail? Yes. Hugh, and you also explained the job duties to the runners and engineers, right? The runners, yes. I didn't hire the engineers as at the chocolate factory. At Chicago Tracks, I would hire engineers to do a specific job, assign them to a session, but the employees that became engineers employed by Chicago Tracks that were freelancers, sorry, to be clear, I did hire freelance engineers would have been promoted from being interns at the studio. So they would have already come into an internship, earned their rights to be an engineer, and then as the studio manager, I would hire them for a particular session. Hugh, okay. And so, in the event that you were going to hire a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1594. New employee, you explained to them that as part of the hiring process, them being hired, that they would have to simply sign what's known as a non-disclosure agreement, not to discuss, the workings of the studio, right? I don't recall that being part of, an interview process, but upon starting the first day at the chocolate factory in Larrabee, I'm sure I would have asked them to sign a confidentiality agreement. Hugh, and, again, that was to protect Mr. Kelly's privacy, safety, and, like you said, the other recordings and things of that nature, right? At that point in time it would have been more of an inherent part of the process, where you wouldn't think anything about it. It would just be part of what your routine was. But the initial reason for the confidentiality form would be to protect, so that anything that happens within the chocolate factory would stay protected. Hugh, so, you had said let's go back to the Super Bowl. You had indicated with relative certainty that the Super Bowl between the Indianapolis Colts and Chicago Bears was in 2005, right? I am fairly confident on the date, but the Super Bowl that we were down in Miami for was the Bears and the Colts. Hugh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1595. And in fact, would you be surprised to learn it was actually 2007? And no, I wouldn't be surprised. Hugh, so, let's talk about the time that you had said that you assisted Mr. Kelly as a tour manager, right? A road manager. Hugh, okay. But you did go with Mr. Kelly on several tours, right? Yes. Hugh, and was the South Africa, I believe you had testified that you had went on really what was the European tour and also South Africa, right? I did go to Europe for the tour, and we did go to South Africa twice. Hugh, okay. So, were they separate, or was it one tour, or were they two separate tours? I wouldn't have said no, they weren't. They were all, yeah, I'm sorry. Rephrase the question. Repeat the question. Hugh, so, if it was one tour, Mr. Kelly would have been out of the country for a relative period of time, right? Yes. Hugh, and do you have an estimate, 6 months, a year, 4 months, some sort of understanding of time with regard to how long the tour took? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1596. When we went to Europe, it was about a month in, I believe it was, April of 2011. A separate time we went to South Africa, on 2 separation occasions. They weren't part of the same tour. Hugh, and so, during the time that you worked with Mr. Kelly, did you ever keep, your own personal date book where you tracked the dates as to where you were and when? And no, not that I recall. Q. So, let's talk about the World Cup event that you attended with Mr. Kelly. You recall that event, right? A. Yes. Q. And you recall that it was where it was? A. The World Cup was in South Africa. Q. And that event was where Mr. Kelly performed, right? A. Yes. Q. Okay. And he performed to a crowd of about 90,000 people, right? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, I don't really see the relevance of this, so I'll sustain the objection. By Emma or Farinella, Q. Well, you were, obviously, there because Mr. Kelly was performing, correct? A. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1597. Q. And so, best based upon your recollection, were there a lot of people at that event? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. Were there a lot of people at the event? The witness, there was a lot of people at the World Cup. The court, all right, next question. By Emma or Farinella, Q. So, at that during with that being the case, Mr. Kelly needed more security than he would normally need, right, because of the potential crowd. We brought quite a bit of security. There was a large amount of security that was provided, as well, once we were there. I'm sorry, correction. I don't know who it was provided by, but we had a large amount of security while we were there. Q. And did there ever come a time where there was a situation where Mr. Kelly and the people that were traveling with him were overtaken by a crowd, and he was forced to remain in one place for an extended period of time? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained. Q. Did there ever come a time when Mr. Kelly's safety or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1598. Security came into question during that trip? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, did that ever happen? The witness, not that I recall during the World Cup. By Emma or Farinella, Q. Did it happen on another occasion? A. In another occasion where we were traveling? Q. Yes. A. Yes. Q. Do you know how many times it happened? A. I wouldn't be able to give an accurate number, but it happened every now and then where we'd be someplace, and it could a dangerous situation could have started to occur. Q. And so, when you had testified before lunch, that you, essentially, quit after this situation that happened with Disneyland or Disney World. I don't remember which park it was specifically, but that was your tipping point, right? A. It was the events that followed after Disney World, where we had to go to multiple club dates, and I was fatigued and tired, and that's where I found out that my check had been fined, and that was when 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1599. I quit. Q. And so, did there ever come a time when, going back to the South African tour, where you were instructed to mail an expensive painting back to the United States on behalf of Mr. Kelly to the studio? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, again, I don't really see the relevance of it, but you can answer. Go ahead, you can answer it. A. Not in South Africa, no. Q. Somewhere else? A. Yes. Q. Where was that? A. I think it was in Ethiopia that there was a picture that he wanted to purchase as we were leaving to go to the airport. Q. And didn't he, in fact, purchase it? A. Yes, after we yes. Q. Okay. And it was approximately around $30,000 or something, right? A. I don't recall the dollar amount, but it was expensive. Q. And so, you were tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that painting got back to Mr. Kelly's home here in the United States, right? A. Yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1600. Q. And did that painting ever make it back to Mr. Kelly's home in the United States? A. After I was no longer employed. After I had left working for Mr. Kelly, I was told by other people that continued to work for him that it did, ultimately, arrive. Q. But do you have any personal knowledge that it returned? A. Only what I was told. Q. And so, there did come a time where that this incident occurred that, it's obvious that Mr. Kelly was upset about that, right? The court, upset about what? By Emir Farinella. Q. Well, he was upset that the painting never arrived after purchasing it, right? I've had conversation with him where he was upset that the painting had not arrived. Q. Okay. And so, with that being said, and there was a fine that was associated with that, right? A. I don't recall. There may have been. Q. And wasn't that in or around the time that you left working for Mr. Kelly? A. It would have been a few months. Prior to no, in or around the time, possibly. It was within the same year. Q. And so, wasn't that the issue that ultimately led to 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1601. Year to year leaving Mr. Kelly's employment? A. The fining for the picture? Q. Yes. A. The not specifically. Q. But it weighed heavily in your decision, right? A. The fining did, yes. Q. And so, when the government showed you numerous pictures of people that you had described for them, these are people, many of the photos they showed you were people that you actually hired, right? A. I'd have to look at it again to make sure, but I don't think I hired very many, maybe only a couple of those people. Emir Farinella, Your Honor, may I have one moment? The court, sure. Pause. By Emir Farinella. Q. Mr. Larrabee, I'm sorry, Mr. Arnold, did there ever come a time when Limp Bizkit performed at one of the studios on the roof? A. Yes. Q. And during that performance, there was a long line of women and men, but I mean there was a majority of women wanting to see that show. A. I don't know the demographic. There was a lot of people. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1602. In the parking lot and on the streets of Larrabee to see that performance. Q. And that was something that happened regularly at the studio, right? Other artists performing and creating crowds? A. That is the only instance of somebody performing on the rooftop to a large crowd. Q. And just to go back to yesterday, you talked about a black room, right? A. No response. Q. Was there a black room at one of the studios? A. I don't recall a black room. Q. Okay. Emir Farinella, sorry, Your Honor. The court, that's okay. By Emir Farinella. Q. When an artist was performing, in particular Mr. Kelly, in regular studio session, it was expensive to do a session, right? I mean it cost, let me rephrase. The studio sessions were an expensive cost that Mr. Kelly had to endure while recording, right? A. At Chicago Tracks? Q. Yes. A. Yeah, it would be a daily, a weekly, a monthly, or hourly charge. So it would be significant, and the clock always ticked. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1603. Hugh and so, there would be occasions where Mr. Kelly would be there for hours, even, almost days, because of that reason, right? And I'm not sure exactly all of his reasoning, but yes, he would be there many hours quite often. Hugh, and I think you had testified earlier that you had picked up not only women, but you also transported Mr. Kelly's friends, right? Yes. Hugh, okay. And you had said that the instances in which Mr. Kelly played basketball, you took his friends back and forth from wherever they were to the basketball court, right, to the gym? Potentially, I could have driven them, or they could have followed. Hugh, and did there ever come a time when you picked up Mr. Kelly's friend Keith Calvert? Yes. Hugh, and you did that regularly, right, or frequently? I don't know of the frequency, but I'm sure I did it several times. Hugh, and you also took Mr. Kelly to and from where he had to go at times, right? Yes. Hugh, and so, is it fair to say that during some of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1604. Basketball events that his friends would be there and Mr. Kelly was working or tied up on work matters, and they would have to wait for long periods of time. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? Hugh, is it fair to say that during some of these basketball games that were arranged or coordinated, if Mr. Kelly got caught up with work and he was delayed, his friends, or the people that were playing or intending to play with Mr. Kelly, would be there for long periods of time? Yes, waiting for him. Hugh, until he finished doing what he had to do, right? Yes. Hugh, and just a couple more questions. You had talked about a tent that became a permanent fixture at the Olympia Fields property, right? Yes. Hugh, and so, that tent was used for large events, correct? Yes. Hugh, and so, that was and there were many of these large events that occurred at Olympia Fields, right? Yes. Hugh, and that would include shows or things of that nature, and there would be many people on the property? Yes. Hugh, okay. Let's go back quickly to just when you picked up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1605. Guests, male or female, in particular, you said female, you would put up the rearview mirror, right? Yes. Hugh, and I think you said that you would pick up male guests, but with regard to the rearview mirror, you would only place it upright for female guests, right? To my recollection, yes. Hugh, so, you also testified that you drove the Sprinter, right? No, I never drove a Sprinter. Hugh, you never picked female guests up in the Sprinter? Just to clarify my reasoning, I'm considering the Sprinter to be a specific type of van. And when I worked for Mr. Kelly, we did not have a Sprinter van. Hugh, did you have large vans? Well, a minivan, yes. Hugh, yes. And that minivan, did you use to pick up female guests? I would have, yes. Hugh, and would you use that minivan to transport his male friends to the basketball games and things like that? We could have, yes. I could have. Hugh, so, before we broke for lunch I had asked you about security. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1606. And there did come a point in time when Mr. Kelly was residing at Olympia Fields with his wife and children, young children, right? Yes. Hugh, and do you recall the ages of his children that were living there while you were working there? Ms. Geddes, objection. I think he needs to specify a time frame. The court, do you want to direct him to a particular time? Emir Farinella, excuse me, Your Honor. Pause. By Emir Farinella, so, Mr. Kelly moved to Olympia Fields around what time? He had the house built. I would be taking a guess that it was probably in the late 90s that he had the house built. I don't know for sure. And when did it become? Do you recall the year it became a studio? Before Chicago, I'm sorry, before the building at 865 Larrabee was torn down, and the studio was still, the chocolate factory was still at that address, there was a studio built at his house. So there was one there before we actually moved the chocolate factory out there. But the chocolate factory, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1607. Believe, moved out there in 2004. OK. And so, did Mr. Kelly have children when he moved out there in 2004? Yes. And how old were they? I don't know their ages, but they were all young. I would say all under 10 years old. I don't know the varying ages, but I think his son was very young, maybe even just still an infant. I could be wrong, I don't know the ages. So, given what Mr. Kelly did for a living and the fact that he had young children, weren't the security measures in place also in place to protect his wife and children as well and to maintain their privacy as well? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, I'll sustain as to form. Emir Farinella, I know, I by Emir Farinella, the security measures in place during that period of time when Mr. Kelly's wife and children resided there was also to ensure that his family, the family's privacy was maintained. M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, do you have any knowledge about that? The witness, I don't remember a specific instance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1608. Where I can say, yes, this was a policy. But it was understood that people didn't go into the house, and we stayed in the studio. That's as clear as I could say that I by Emir Farinella, right, but also, though, the security measures were for his wife and children's safety as well, right? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, do you have any knowledge about that one way or the other? The witness, I not know. Sorry. By Emir Farinella, and to the best of your knowledge, isn't it a fact that Mr. Kelly never held anyone against their will? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained. Emir Farinella, I'm sorry, Your Honor, just one more second. The court, that's okay. Pause. Emir Farinella, one last question. By Emir Farinella, you had said that you arranged travel, correct? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Cross Farinella. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1609. And didn't there come a time when that the travel arrangements were not exclusively your responsibility? There were other people that arranged travel as well. Okay, so you weren't the only that wasn't your only that responsibility wasn't only delegated to you, right? Correct. And so, again, you had testified just before that you don't recall ever finding any particular employee? And not at my own decision. So, when you worked for Mr. Kelly, were there occasions where Mr. Kelly would be in the studio all day and all night to ensure that he would get a song right, or to his liking? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained as to form. By Emir Farinella, Hugh, when you worked for Mr. Kelly, did he ever stay in the studio for more than 12 hours, maybe even a day or two, to ensure that is the court? I am just going to stop you because the question he can't answer what the reason, what his particular reasons for being there. But you can surely ask him if he spent any particular amount of time there. Q, to the best of your knowledge, were there ever occasions where Mr. Kelly was in the studio for days? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold redirect Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1610. Straight trying to get a song right? MS Gettys, objection. The court, again, the question is okay up to the trying to get the song right. By Emher Farinella, Hugh, again, to the best of your knowledge, were there ever occasions where Mr. Kelly was in the studio for days straight? A yes. Emher Farinella, thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further. The court, okay, any redirect? MS Gettys, very briefly. Redirect examination by MS Gettys. Hugh, on cross-examination you were asked whether the defendant's wife and children were at the Olympia Fields house. Do you recall that? A yes. Hugh, while the defendant's wife and children were there also female guests who were present? Emher Farinella, objection. The court, overruled. There may have been, yes. Hugh, and you testified on cross-examination that while the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold redirect Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1611. Defendant's wife and children were present, you would confine yourself to the studio, is that correct? A yes. Hugh, and were there also female guests in the studio? I'm not sure. There could have been, but I can't say for sure. Not all the time. Sorry. Hugh, I'm not asking about all the time. I'm asking at some of the time when the defendant's wife and children were in the house. Were there also female guests in the studio area? There were instances, yes. Hugh, you were asked on cross-examination about the defendant incurring fees for time in which he was at Chicago Tracks using the recording studio. Do you recall that? If I said fees, I missed the normal charges, the charges for the studio time, yes. Hugh, my mistake. Yeah. Hugh, but he was charged for the time he was in the studio, right? Yes. Hugh, he wasn't charged for the time when he wasn't using the recording studio, but was at Chicago Tracks, was he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold redirect Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1612. Well, there he would have that studio all the time. So, whether he was in the studio working or elsewhere, he would pay to have that studio still be his studio. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold redirect Gettys. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1613. Redirect examination by MS Gettys, Hugh, all right. So he was already just paying the whatever the cost of the studio is, he paid whether he used it or he didn't use it, is that what you're saying? So when it was Chicago Tracks, yes, we would bill him every single month for the studio time. Hugh, but not only the studio time that he used, he was paying to have the studio time on reserve, is that correct? For that studio. He would book additional studios in the building as well and pay for that, that could be a separate payment, so that could be a separate billing setup. But for his main studio when it was Chicago Tracks before when it was yes, I'm sorry, yes, it would be billed monthly. Q. On cross-examination you were asked whether you trained new employees who started working for the defendant. Is that correct? Mr. Farinella, objection. The court overruled. Q. Was part of their training that the employees needed to fulfill the defendant's instructions? A yes. Q. You were also asked about the interviews that you conducted at Panera, do you recall that? A yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold redirect Gettys. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1614. Q. Fair to say that's a common practice, to interview employees before they started working at a new job? A yes. Q. And by the way, once the 865 once Chicago Tracks was no longer Chicago Tracks, and it became the Chocolate Factory on North Larrabee, was the defendant billed at all for his time in studio? A no. Q. It was just his studio, correct? A yes. Q. On cross-examination you were asked extensively about times when certain celebrities were present at the studio. You recall those questions? A yes. Q. Did female guests stay in their assigned location even when celebrities weren't at Chicago Tracks? A they. It would have been same as normal, where either we would have gotten a phone call to request for people to move around if there was a need for it, or would have gotten instructions to move people around if it was warranted. Q. So fair to say the presence of a celebrity in the studio didn't affect the protocols that you operated under with respect to the defendant's female guests? A. It may have changed logistics on where you would walk through, but the broader concept of receiving phone calls and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold redirect Gettys. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1615. Moving people around stayed the same. Q. Just to be clear, the broader concept was that the defendant needed to authorize movement around the studio, correct? A yes. Q. You were also asked about whether your responsibilities, including stocking the refrigerator. When female guests wanted food, you would not provide them food from the refrigerator, would you? A. They would call to ask for us to go pick up food for them. Q. And you would go to locations outside of the studio, correct? A yes. Ms. Gettys, one moment. Nothing further. The court, any recross, Mr. Farinella? Mr. Farinella, Your Honor, just one moment. The court, sure. Mr. Farinella, nothing further, Your Honor. The court, thank you so much. You can step down. Whereupon the witness was excused. The court, are you ready to call your next witness? Ms. Shahada, yes, Your Honor. Can we just have a 2-minute break? The court, oh yes. I'm wondering I always like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1616. To give your break at 3:30, so you know we've got some so we don't have too long a time sitting here, but I think we have to make a couple of arrangements, so I'm going to give it to you now. 10 minutes. Please, don't talk about the case. Thanks so much. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury exits courtroom. The court, all right. Everybody can have a seat. Anything quickly that we need to resolve before the next witness? Ms. Gettys, I don't believe so. The court, okay. Anything from the defense? Mr. Scholar, no, Your Honor. The court, okay, great, thanks so much. Recess. In open court, jury not present. The courtroom deputy, all rise. The court, everybody can have a seat. Ms. Shahada, can we get the witness and the lawyer? The court, yes. Ms. Shiata, that would be by the first name, correct? Ms. Shahada, correct. The court, I think we are ready for the jury. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1617. Ms. Shahada, yes, Your Honor. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury enters courtroom. The courtroom deputy, you may be seated. The court, okay, everybody, we are ready to continue with the government's case. Will you call your next witness, please? Ms. Shahada, the government calls Stephanie. The courtroom deputy, Stephanie, please stand and raise your right hand. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1618. Witness sworn. The witness, I do. Stephanie, called as a witness, having been first duly sworn/affirmed, was examined and testified as follows. The courtroom deputy, thank you. You may be seated. The court, just a couple of things before we start. Our court reporter takes down everyone's testimony, so it's important that you not speak too quickly, and that we make sure that you're speaking into the microphone. And it's also important not to talk over whichever lawyer is asking you questions. It just makes it harder for the court reporter. If there's a question that isn't clear or you want to have repeated, let me know and I'll have the lawyer rephrase it. And finally, just do your best to answer only the question that you're being asked, okay? The witness, thank you. The court, you can take your mask off. Go ahead, Ms. Shiata. Ms. Shahada, thank you, Your Honor. Direct examination by Ms. Shahada. Hugh, I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1619. Identification as Government Exhibit 57. Do you recognize the person in this photograph? Yes, that's me. The court, I think we have a mic. Pull it a little closer to you. I'm just not sure it's on. The witness, it is. The court, perfect. Yes, that's me. Ms. Shahada, I'd offer Government Exhibit 57. The court, any objection? Emir Farinella, no objection, Your Honor. The court, that's in evidence. Government Exhibit 57 so marked. Q. I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification, as Government Exhibit 57A. Is this the same photograph of you that I just showed you with your full name with your first and last name underneath? Yes, my maiden name, yes. Ms. Shahada, I would offer Government Exhibit 57A and to be published to the jury only, Your Honor. The court, any objection? I'm going to assume no, Mr. Farinella? Emir Farinella, no, Your Honor. The court, okay. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1620. Government Exhibit 57A so marked. Ms. Shahada, if we can publish it to the jury only. The court, jury only. Exhibit published. Q. Now, how old are you? 39. Q. And when were you born? A. October 16, 1981. Q. Where did you grow up? A. In Chicago, Illinois. Q. And how far did you go in school? A. I finished a few years of college. Q. Where did you go to high school? A. I went to 2 high schools. I went to Oak Park and River Forest High School, and I also went to the Chicago Academy for the Arts. Q. Which of those 2 high schools did you graduate from? A. The latter. Q. Chicago Academy of the Arts? A. Yes. Q. Approximately when did you graduate from high school? A. Around June of 1999. Q. And what kind of high school is the Chicago Academy of the Arts? A. It's a traditional high school for the first half of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1621. Day and the second half is there to specializing in whatever art you're studying, so like dance, theater, singing, things like that. Q. What were you studying at the time? A. I was studying theater at the time. Q. And you mentioned that you did a few years of college after high school? A. I did. Q. In what city did you do that? A. I did 1 year at DePaul in Chicago, and then a couple of years in Florida. Q. Are you currently employed? A. Yes. Q. And what kind of work do you do? A. I work in the food and beverage industry. Q. And are you married? A. I am. Q. Did you have kids? A. I do. Q. Do you now live in a state other than Illinois? A. Yes. Q. Are you familiar with a singer known as R. Kelly? A. I am. Q. Have you ever met R. Kelly in person? A. Yes, I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1622. Q. Do you see R. Kelly in the courtroom here today? A. Yes, I do. Q. Can you please point him out and identify him by an item of clothing he's wearing? A. He's there in the blue suit with a white mask on his face. The court, indicating the defendant. Q. Now, how old were you when you first saw the defendant in person? A. I was 16 years old at the time. Q. And where did you first see the defendant in person? A. At a place called the Rock and Roll McDonald's in downtown Chicago. Q. I'm showing the witness what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 520. Do you recognize the location in this photograph? A. Yes. That's the restaurant I just made reference to, Rock and Roll McDonald's. Q. Now who, if anyone, were you at the Rock and Roll McDonald's with the day you first saw the defendant? A. I was there with my boyfriend, his best friend, and the girl that the best friend was dating, so it was like a double date. Q. And the boyfriend that you were there with at the time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1623. Where did you know him from? A. From my first high school, OPRF. Q. He went to that high school with you? A. Yes, he did. Q. And where did you see the defendant at the Rock and Roll McDonald's? A. I was standing at the register alone, and he was seated at the booth closest to the register. Q. And what happened? A. A man came up to me and he asked my age. I told him I was 16. He asked me if I knew R. Kelly. I said I did, and he kind of gestured towards him, and he said that R. Kelly wants you to call him, and he gave me a handwritten note with a phone number on it. Q. And you said the man gestured towards him. Who was the him that the man gestured towards? A. To R. Kelly. Q. And did you see the defendant after the man pointed over to him? A. Yes, I saw him. Q. What was the defendant doing? A. Looking at me. Q. What, if anything, did the man who approached you give you? A. He gave me a phone number and said it was Robert Kelly's. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1624. Phone number. Q. And how did he give you the phone number? A. He handed it to me on a piece of paper. Q. Do you recall how the number was written? A. No. Q. What, if anything, did you do after receiving the piece of paper with the defendant's phone number on it? A. I talked to my boyfriend and friends about it, and then threw away the phone number. Q. Why did you throw away the phone number? A. Because I didn't intend to call him. Q. Did you actually meet the defendant at a later time? A. I did. Q. Around when was that? A year later, the summer of 1999. Q. How old were you then? A. 17. Q. I'm showing the witness only what's been marked. Actually, I'm sorry, one moment. Going back to the day you saw the defendant at the Rock and Roll McDonald's? A. Yes. Q. How old were you then? A. 16. Q. I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1625. Identification as Government Exhibit 244. And before I ask you a question about that, do you remember approximately what time of year it was when you were at the Rock and Roll McDonald's and saw the defendant? A. It was summertime. Q. And what year? A. Of 1998. Q. I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 244. Do you recognize this? A. Yes, that's me in the same summer of 1998. Q. That's a photo of you from the summer of 1998? A. Yes. Ms. Shahada, I move admit Government Exhibit 244. Emir Farinella, no objection. The court, okay, that's in evidence. You can display it. Government Exhibit 244 so marked. Ms. Shahada, thank you. The court, you want that jury only? Ms. Shahada, jury only, please. Exhibit published. Q. All right. I think you had just testified that you actually met the defendant approximately a year later, is that right? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1626. A. Yes. Q. And how old were you then? A. 17. Q. And what time of year was it that you met him? A. It was the summer of 1999. Q. And was that near the time of your high school graduation? A. Yes. Q. I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 243. Do you recognize this photo? A. Yes, that's me on the day of my graduation in 1999. Q. The day of your high school graduation? A. Yes. Ms. Shahada, the government moves to admit 243. The court, any objection? Emir Farinella, no objection, Your Honor. The court, that will be just for jury only. Ms. Shahada, yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Government Exhibit 243 so marked. Exhibit published. Q. Now the summer after your high school graduation, where, if anywhere, were you working that summer? A. I worked at a hotel in downtown Chicago. Q. What did you do at that hotel? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1627. I worked in the coffee shop, I was a barista. Q. Do you recall what your shift was when you worked there? I had to open the barista station at 5 a.m. So I'd have to be there at 5, and I think it ended around 2. Q. And that summer, 1999, where were you living? I lived in 2 places, part-time in Oak Park, which is just outside of the city, and then also part-time in the city with my friends in an apartment. Q. When you lived part-time in Oak Park, who was that with? With my aunt. Q. And when you lived in the city, who was that with? With 2 friends of mine that I went to high school with, named Catherine and Jessie. Q. And was the apartment with your friends closer to your summer job? Yes. Q. You mentioned you were living in that apartment with 2 friends, one of whom was named Catherine, is that right? That's correct. Q. Without saying it, do you know Catherine's full name? I do. Q. I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 952. Do you recognize that name? Yes, that's her full name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1628. Q. Catherine's full name? Yes. MS Shahada. I move to admit Government Exhibit 952 to the jury only. The court, any objection? Emir Farinella, no objection, Your Honor. The court, that will be in evidence just for the jury. Government Exhibit 952 so marked. Exhibit published. Q. Did you and Catherine go to the same high school? We did. Q. And was that at the Chicago Academy of the Arts? That's correct. Q. What, if any, career aspirations did Catherine have at that time? Catherine was a singer. Q. And did she want to pursue that as a career? Yes, she did. Q. How did you end up meeting the defendant in the summer of 1999? When I was at work at the hotel, a coworker came in and told us that R.KELLY was having an event at the Nike store, which was just around the corner from the hotel that I worked at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1629. Q. And after you learned that information, what, if anything, did you do? I decided I would go over to see if he would remember me in order to ask him if he would listen to my friend sing. Q. And which friend was that? Catherine. Q. Do you recall where that Nike store was located? It's on Michigan Avenue in downtown Chicago. Q. Is Michigan Avenue in Chicago also known as the Magnificent Mile? Yes. Q. What, if anything, did you do once you had this information? I walked over to the store in order to see him, or meet him, and as I arrived he was coming out. So Q. When you say he, are you referring to the defendant? Yeah, Mr. Kelly was coming out of the store as I was walking in, so it was the perfect opportunity to get his attention, and so I did. Q. What happened then? I asked him if he remembered me and he said, yeah, and something, kind of very quickly, it was just like, yeah. And I said I wanted to ask you a question, and he said, yeah, walk with me to my car, and we can talk, and I said okay. So I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1630. Q. Did you walk with the defendant to his car? A. I did. Q. And what happened then? A. I asked if he would meet my friend Catherine, who had a great voice, and I thought that maybe he could help her with her career. Q. And where did that conversation happen? A. It took place in his car. I was sitting in the passenger seat at that point. Q. So I think you indicated you saw the defendant as he was walking out of the Nike store? A. Yes, then his car was very close by, so we were quickly to the car, and the conversation occurred in the car. Q. Did he invite you in the car? A. He did. Q. And how, if at all, did the defendant respond when you told him about listening to your friend sing? A. He said, yeah, he thought we could arrange that, but he'd like to get to know me, and he also said that he likes to cuddle, and would I be okay with that, to which I said yes. Q. What happened next? A. He gave me a phone number, and said to call him, and so I did. Q. Did you see the defendant again after that? A. I did. I met him at his studio. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1631. Q. Now approximately how long after you met the defendant at the Nike store did you see him again? A. Within a week or two. Q. And what was going on in your life at the time? A. That was definitely the hardest time of my life. I had a very low self-esteem. I had already been through sexual trauma and abuse within my family, by my first boss, by men on the street. It was the hardest time of my life. I was very vulnerable. Q. OK. Emir Farinella, objection, Your Honor. The court, overruled. Q. Now you said you went to the studio, is that right? A. Yes. Q. Do you recall where the studio was located? A. Yes, it was just off of Chicago Avenue and right in Cabrini Green, right on the edge of Cabrini Green. Q. Is Cabrini Green a neighborhood in Chicago? A. Yes. Q. Do you recall around what time of day it was that you went to the studio? A. It was the afternoon. Q. What happened when you got withdrawn? How was it that you ended up going to the studio that day? A. What do you mean? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1632. Q. Had you communicated with the defendant prior to going to the studio that day? A. Yes. So I spoke with him, he told me where to meet him, and I arrived on a bus, walked off the bus and over to the studio. Q. And how did you get into the studio? A. There was a buzzer, like an intercom outside, and so someone that worked there let me in. Q. And after you were let in, where, if anywhere, did you go? A. I was brought up to the second floor to a waiting room, or like a lounge room. Q. And can you describe first, who brought you up to that room? A. An employee. Q. And can you describe the room you were taken to? A. Yeah. It was a room at the end of a hallway. There were 2 sofas in it, and there was a bathroom attached to that same room. Q. What floor of the studio was it on? A. Second floor. Q. What, if anything, did the employee who took you to that room tell you once you got there? A. To stay here and wait for him. Q. And by him who are you referring to? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1633. A. Robert Kelly. Q. Did the employee then leave? A. Yes. Q. And were you alone in that room? A. I was. Q. How long did you stay in the room waiting for the defendant? A. I waited there for a few hours. Q, and after a few hours, what happened? He arrived, he came in and sat down next to me. Q, the defendant? Yes. Q, and what do you recall happening next? He came and sat down right next to me and laid his head on my shoulder and said he was sorry that he took so long, and I said it was fine, and there was a little bit of chit-chat, and we had sex that day. Q, how old were you at the time? 17. Q, and who initiated the sexual intercourse that day? He did. Q, apart from having sex with the defendant that day, did he say anything? Do you recall anything about the conversation or chit-chat you had with him that day? He said that he wanted me to call him Daddy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1634. Q, did you continue to see the defendant after that day? I did. Q, for about how long? For about 6 months. Q, and about during those approximately 6 months, about how often did you and the defendant see each other? About 6 to 8 times per month. Q, and where, generally, did you mostly see the defendant? Mostly it was at the studio in that same room that I just described. Q, so the same studio as the one you went to the first time? Yes. Q, I'm going to show you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 525 U. Do you recognize this? Yes, that's the exterior of the studio. Q, and you testified earlier about a call box to enter. Do you see that in this photograph? Yes, I do. Q, and is it where I'm pointing my pen? Yes. Q, towards the middle left of the photo? Yes. Q, I'm showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 525P. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1635. Do you recognize this? Yes, I do. Q, what is this? That's the room that I waited in. Q, and is this the room where you regularly saw the defendant? Yes. Q, I'm showing you what's in evidence as 525K. Is this just another photograph of that room? Yes. Q, and you mentioned the room had a bathroom attached. Is that right? Yes. Q, I'm showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 525J. Do you recognize this? Yeah, that's the restroom. Q, now in the course of the approximately 6 months that you saw the defendant, what were the different ways you got to the studio? A public transportation. Also, I was picked up at times by an employee of his. Q, and sorry. There might have been a taxi here and there. Q, and when you would leave the studio, what were the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1636. Different methods you would use to leave? I'd get dropped off by an employee of his, or at certain points later in the relationship I had a car I could drive. Q, and you mentioned sometimes you were picked up or dropped off by an employee. What type, if any, what type of employee do you recall picking up or dropping you off sometimes? I assumed it was a security person or a driver. Q, and what led you to that conclusion? Because that's the capacity in which I would see them around, either like with him, when we were walking around or driving us around. Q, and do you remember any particular security employees the defendant had working for him at the time you saw him? I do remember one that I saw almost every time. I don't remember his name. Q, and do you remember what he looks like? I do remember what he looks like. Q, can you describe him? Yes, he was a black man, either short hair or bald. Very friendly face. Q. I'm showing the witness what's in evidence as government. Exhibit 23. Do you recognize this individual? Yes, that's the man that I'm referring to. Q. Now, over the course of the approximately 6 months that you saw the defendant, what were your interactions with him? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1637. Like. A. It would vary. He was one of two ways. He was either very nice and charming, jovial, or he was very controlling, intimidating. He'd raise his voice at me and he could, put the fear of God in me very quickly. Hugh, and you mentioned there were two sides. What, if anything, in your experience would cause the defendant to go from one side to the other? A. It was hard to know what would do it, but for example, there was a time where that security, the driver, the person that you just showed me the picture of, he wasn't there, and he had been every single time. Yeah, every single time we hung out this man was there. He'd either pick me up or he'd be in the car with us, or whatever, and at one point he wasn't there and I said, "Oh, where is the guy? He's always here." And it's just casual and he immediately is, "What the fuck did you just say? Don't ever fucking ask about another man to me. Mind your own business, don't ever ask no stupid-ass questions like that," and terrified me. I didn't know that would set him off. So it was times like that. Q. Now, during the approximately 6 months that you saw the defendant, how often did the defendant have sex with you? A. Every time. Q. Every time you saw each other? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1638. A. Yes. Q. And what was sex with the defendant like? A. It was humiliating. He would be very specific in how he wanted me to be. He would put me in positions that he wanted me to be in. He would tell me that he wanted me, he'd tell me to get undressed, and then he would position my body in a way, and he would then say, "All right, I'm going to go, and when I come back I want you to be just like this." So I would just be completely naked with my butt in the air, and just waiting there for him to come have his way. Q. And how long would you have to wait sometimes? Sometimes hours. Q. And what, if anything, happened when the defendant returned and you weren't in the position he had told you to be in? He would become very angry with me, yelling at me, "What the fuck, I told you to do it like this." And he'd be very disappointed and angry. He would often ejaculate on my face. He orchestrated the sounds that I would make. Continued on the next page. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCR RMR FCRR. 1639. By MS Shahada. Continuing, Hugh, what do you mean by that? He would want me to moan. If I made a sound, he would say, "No, don't do it like that, make this kind of sound." Q. Now, you mentioned he would often ejaculate in your face. How did that make you feel? Disgusted, less than. Q. Less than? Now, you testified earlier that when you first met the defendant, you told him about your friend Catherine, and that she was a singer. Yes. Q. Did the defendant ever meet your friend Catherine? He did. Q. And how did that come about? I asked him if he would meet with her. He said that would be fine and to bring her to the studio. Q. And about how long had you been seeing the defendant at that point? It was pretty early on, I would say within the first month or two. Q, and after you had that conversation with the defendant, who, if anyone, did you take to the studio? A. I brought Catherine with me and my mom came with us as well. Q. Why did your mom come with you to the studio? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1640. My mom came with us because she had seen a ring that Mr. Kelly gave me, and it looked like an engagement ring, but it wasn't an engagement ring. He didn't propose marriage to me or anything like that, but she thought that that was inappropriate, and she wanted to see what the dynamic was between him and I. Q. And when your mom noticed that ring, what, if anything, did you tell your mom about the circumstances of how you got that ring? A. I just said that he had given it to me, and that we were friends, and it really wasn't a big deal. I didn't want her to know what was going on between him and I. Q. And had you and the defendant had sex at that point? A. Yes. Q. And did you keep that from your mom? A. Yes, I did. Q. Now, turning back to the day that you, Catherine, and your mom went to the defendant's studio, what happened at the studio after you, Catherine, and your mom arrived? A. We were brought up to a music room, a room in which he records music, and she performed in that room. My mom and I sat and watched. Q. When you say she, who are you referring to? A. Catherine. Q. And when you say she performed, what did she do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1641. A. She sang a song for him. Q. For the defendant? A. Yes, for Mr. Kelly. Q. And how, if at all, did the defendant react? A. He said that she could sing, and then we were quickly dismissed because he wasn't thrilled about my mom being with us. Q. So about how long were you in the studio on that occasion, if you recall? A. About an hour, maybe even less. Q. Do you recall seeing any of the defendant's associates that day at the studio when you, your mom, and Catherine were there? A. I don't remember. Q. Other than the security individual that you identified earlier, do you recall meeting any other people associated with the defendant? A. Yes. Q. Who do you recall meeting? There were 2 rappers that were around pretty often. Q. And what were their names? Abu and Gotti. Q. And I'm going to show you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 8. Do you recognize this person? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1642. A. I do. Q. Who is that? A. That is Blackie. He was introduced to me as Robert's cousin/manager. Q. And who introduced you to him? A. Mr. Kelly did. Q. Do you recall whether your friend Catherine ever met Blackie? A. She did meet him. Q. Do you recall where she first met him? A. I believe it was at the studio, but I'm not positive. Q. Other than the audition, or the singing of the song that Catherine did for the defendant, did the defendant have any other involvement regarding Catherine and her music? A. No. Q. Now, at some point after you met the defendant, did you and the defendant talk about your age? A. Yes. Q. And about how long after you met him at the Nike store was that? A. It was either the first or second time that we got together at the studio. Q. And how old were you at the time? A. 17. Q. And what do you recall about that conversation with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie direct Shiata. CMHOCR RMRCRR FCRR 1643. Defendant? I remember him asking me my age and me answering and being a little nervous, because I thought the age was 18, you know, to be a consenting adult, but when I said I was 17, he said it was fine. Hugh, did there come a time when the defendant videotaped you engaging in sexual contact with him? Yes. Hugh, the first time this happened, how old were you? I was 17. Hugh, and was this after the conversation you had with the defendant about your age? Yes. Hugh, how did it come about that the defendant videotaped you at 17 engaging in sexual contact with him? We had set a time for me to meet him at the studio. And so I was up in that same room, and he called me in the room, and said that he was on his way to pick me up, and that he wanted to make a video of us having sex, and that he would be there shortly, and I said okay. Hugh, and when he asked you that, what was going through your head? Well, he didn't ask me. He told me he would be there to pick me up in order to do that, and I was really scared and I really didn't want to do it, but I said okay right before I 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCR FCRR 1644. Hung up. So right after I hung up, I called my friend Catherine, and I said he just called me, and said he wants to record us having sex, and she said get out of there. Mechanic, objection, Your Honor. The court, sustained. Hugh, what, if anything, did you do after you called your friend Catherine? I did as he asked. Hugh, why? Because I felt like I didn't have a choice. Hugh, did you see the defendant after you concluded that phone call with him? Yes. He showed up at the studio in a white van, and I got in, and we drove to a house in Lincoln Park. Hugh, and whose house did you understand that to be? I understood it to be his home, Mr. Kelly's home. Hugh, and do you recall anything about the name of the street that house was on? I believe it started with G. Ms. Shahada, I'm showing the witness what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 501B. Hugh, do you recognize this photograph? Yes, that's the home that we went to. Hugh, what happened when you and the defendant arrived at his home near Lincoln Park? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCR RMRCRR FCRR 1645. We went inside, and he quickly got a video camera, and he directed me on where to come in. There is, so when you walk in, there's, like, a little walkway there, and then you come. He wanted me to come around that, and he was filming as I came into the frame, and he instructed me to undress, and told me to go over to the sofa. Hugh, and did you do as he directed? I did. Hugh, you said he had a video camera with him, is that right? Yes. Hugh, where did you see the video camera? He was holding it. It was a large video camera. Hugh, and do you recall what type of video camera it was? Yes, it's an old video camera that you'd have to put, like, a VHS cassette tape into in order to record. Hugh, what happened after you testified? He was directing you to take off your clothes, and how to come into the frame, is that right? Yes. Hugh, and where did he ask you to go? Over to the sofa. Hugh, and what happened after you went to the sofa? He came up from behind me and started having sex with me. Hugh, what, if anything, or where, if anywhere, was the video camera at that time? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCR RMRCRR FCRR 1646. A. It was on, in front of me. Q. I'm sorry. Could you just repeat that? A. It was in front of me. Q. And was the defendant still holding the video camera? A. No, he had placed it down on the table. Q. And at that point, were you completely naked? A. Yes. Q. And was the video camera facing you? A. Yes. Q. And was it recording? A. Yes, it was. Q. And where was the defendant at that time? A. He was behind me. Q. And what was he doing behind you? A. Penetrating me. Q. Vaginally? A. Yes. Q. What, if anything, happened next? A. He said that he wanted to get a dildo, and wanted me to put it in my mouth as he had sex with me. And so he went and got it, and I did as he asked. Q. And when you say got it, are you referring to a dildo? A. Yes. Q. And after he got the dildo, what did he do with it? A. He put it in my mouth, and then continued having sex with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1647. Me. Q. From behind? A. Yes. Q. And where was the video camera at that point? A. It was right in front of me. Q. And was it still recording? A. Yes, it was. Q. And you testified this was a VHS video camera? A. Yes. Q. While the camera was recording you, was it facing you and your private areas? A. Yes, it was. Q. Do you recall anything else about the house you were in that day? A. I only remember that it was a very wide open house, and that there was a huge fish tank in the same room with me, and that was it. Q. Other than the room where the filming happened, did you go anywhere else in the house that day? A. No. Q. Now, you mentioned that you had met 2 rappers affiliated with the defendant named Boo and Gotti, is that right? A. Yes. Q. And did you meet them during your time with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1648. Defendant? A. Yes. Q. Now, in what context did you meet them if you recall? A. I just met them because they were around a lot too. Q. Did there come a time where you had a meal at a restaurant with the defendant, Boo and Gotti? A. Yes. Q. And where did that take place? A. At Houston's in Chicago. Q. Is Houston's the name of a restaurant? A. Yes. Q. And during that meal, were you permitted to speak to Boo and Gotti? A. No. Q. Why not? A. I wasn't meant to speak to any other man besides Mr. Kelly. Q. According to who? A. Mr. Kelly. Q. Did you hear the defendant speak to Boo and Gotti during that meal? A. I did. Q. And do you recall anything the defendant said to them during that meal? A. He mentioned that he likes young girls and that people 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1649. Make such a big deal of it, but it really isn't a big deal because look at Jerry Lee Lewis. He's a genius, and I'm a genius, and we should be allowed to do whatever we want because of what we give to this world. Mechanic, objection. The court, I'm sorry. Did you object? Mechanic, yes, Your Honor. The court, overruled. Q. And did you know who the defendant was referring to when he said Jerry Lee Lewis? A. Yes, I did. Q. Who was that? A. An old singer who married a 12-year-old, I think, or something like that. Q. How did that topic come up during the meal? A. That was the strangest part was that there was no Nothing that the other guys said to lead to that. It just kind of came out of the blue. Unless there was something said that I didn't hear, it just came out of the blue. Q. After the meal at Houston's restaurant in Chicago that day, what, if anything, did the defendant ask you to do? He asked me if I knew who Sharon Stone is and I said yes. And he asked me if I knew how she dresses, I said yes, and he said that he had $300, and if he gave that to me, could I go? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1650. Buy clothes in order to dress like her, and I said that I could. So he took me over to the water tower and let me shop for a time. Q. And what is the water tower? It is a tall building in Chicago, downtown Chicago, that has a lot of different shops inside like Nordstrom or Marshall Fields. Q. And you mentioned Sharon Stone. Who is that? She's an actress. Q. Now, you said, you testified the defendant. Did the defendant take you to the water tower? Yes. Q. And what, if anything, did you do after the defendant took you there? So he dropped me off and let me go inside and shop for myself, and I did, and I got the clothes and I wore them. I left the stores in the clothes, and he wasn't there yet, so I decided that I would sneak and have a cigarette. He didn't know that I smoked cigarettes. So I decided I'd have a cigarette while I waited for him. And he arrived without me noticing, and he became very angry when he saw me with a cigarette. He came out of the car and was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" A mechanic, objection, Your Honor. The court, overruled. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1651. Q. You can continue. Don't ever fucking smoke that shit. What's wrong with you? Don't ever do that shit, especially not in front of me. He was yelling at the top of his lungs, and he was standing right over me, and I was very surprised that he was just yelling so freely out in the public like that. Q. How did that make you feel? Terrified. Q. During your time with the defendant, did you ever see him play basketball? Yes. Q. And where would you see him play basketball? There was one time where we went to a gym near downtown Chicago, just outside of downtown Chicago. Q. And what, if any, instructions did the defendant give you regarding basketball games? So we went, when we went inside, he showed me where to sit and told me sit there, don't move, and so I did. I watched him play, and then he came and collected me when it was time to leave. Q. And what happened next? We got into an SUV with two people in the front driving the car and a person in the passenger seat, and then he and I were sitting directly behind the front seats, and he asked me to perform oral sex on him, and so I did. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1652. Q. And what, if anything, happened while you were doing that? So that was really disgusting because he had just played basketball for an hour and so I was really ashamed while I was doing it, so I was trying, to do it quietly and get it done, and he stopped me and said that I need to make noises while I was performing oral sex on him because, obviously, he wanted the people in the car to know, and even the person in the passenger seat looked back and saw me doing that. Q. You said you were ashamed. Why were you ashamed? Because it's disgusting, and it's something that should be done in private. Q. Did you want to be doing that in public? No. Q. Did there come a time when you traveled to Florida to see the defendant? Yes. Q. Around when was that? A. It was around my birthday, which is October 16th. It would have been a little bit before or a little bit after. I'm not sure. Q. And where in Florida did you travel to? A. Orlando. Q. And how did that trip come about? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1653. A Mr. Kelly asked me to meet him there, and so an employee of his arranged for me to go there, and he said I could bring my friend Catherine, and so I did. Q. And you said this was close in time to your birthday, either a little bit before or a little bit after, you can't remember which, is that right? A. That's correct. Q. And was that your 18th birthday? A. Yes. Q. Now, what, if any, understanding did you have about what the defendant was doing in Orlando at the time? A. I understood that he was making music there. Q. Recording music? A. Yes. Q. And before your trip, what, if anything, did the defendant tell you about coming to see him? A. Nothing, just to come down, we would have a good time. Q. And how long was the trip supposed to last? A. It was just for a long weekend. Q. And you mentioned your friend Catherine. Did she go with you on the trip? A. She did. Q. And did the two of you travel from Chicago to Orlando? A. Yes. Q. Who, if anyone, sorry? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1654. Who made your travel arrangements? A. One of Mr. Kelly's employees did. Q. And was that for both you and Catherine? A. Yes. Q. And who paid for your travel? A. Mr. Kelly did. Q. For you and Catherine? A. That's correct. Q. And had you ever been to Orlando before? A. I had been once when I was around 9 years old. Q. Did you know your way around Orlando? A. Not at all. Q. After you and Catherine flew to Orlando and landed at the airport, what happened? A. We were picked up and brought to a home that was furnished, but no one seemed to live there. It seemed to be like what an Airbnb would be now. Q. Fair to say Airbnb didn't exist back then? A. Yes. Q. And was it like a rental property? A. It seemed that way. Q. And do you recall anything about where the house was situated? A. I remember it being in a cul-de-sac. Q. What happened after you and Catherine got to the house? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1655. A. Nothing. We were there for a long time, for a few days, and we were not contacted by him. I started to think maybe that he had forgotten that I was even there. We just sat in the house alone. Q. Did you leave the house at all? A. No. Q. Why not? A. We weren't allowed to. We didn't have a car, we didn't have anyone to take us anywhere or do anything. Q. Now, did there come a point when you saw the defendant on that trip to Orlando? A. Yes. On the last day that I was there towards the end of the day, he showed up. Q. And what happened when the defendant showed up? A. He picked me up in a sports car, and we drove to the studio that he was recording at. Q. And when you say we, who are you referring to? A. He and I. Q. The defendant and you? A. Yes. Q. And was there anyone else in the car? A. Not that I recall. Q. Do you recall whether your friend Catherine went to the studio as well? A. I don't remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1656. Q. Now, what happened when you got to the studio in Orlando? A Mr. Kelly told me that he wanted to record me giving him oral sex there at the studio. Q. And what happened next? A. And so I did. He had a different video camera that day, and I performed oral sex on him while he held the camera. Q. And how is this video camera different from the one at the house in Lincoln Park? A. It was more of a handheld camera, a smaller one. Q. And how was he holding it during this encounter? A. He just held it out like that, indicating, facing us. Q. And what part of your bodies was it facing? A. My profile. Q. Was it A. I mean Q. The top of your body, bottom, middle? A. My face, because I was performing oral sex on him, so my face and possibly my breasts. Q. And where was your face at the time? A. In his lap. Q. And was his penis in your mouth? A. Yes. Q. How did that make you feel? A. Just humiliated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1657. Q. Did you want to be recorded that day? A. No, I didn't. Q. Do you recall whether you saw any of the other defendant's employees or associates on your trip to Orlando? A. I feel like I did see Blackie there, but I can't be specific as far as where I saw him. Q. After that encounter where the defendant filmed you giving him oral sex, did you see the defendant again on that trip? A. Just afterwards, he drove me back to the house, and I was crying in the car, and I remember him not really knowing how to deal with that, and that was the end of that trip. Q. Did you and Catherine return to Chicago from Orlando? A. We did. Q. And upon your return to Chicago, how were you feeling about your time with the defendant? A. I didn't want to be seeing him anymore. I felt used and humiliated and degraded, and I just didn't want to be abused anymore. Q. Did you see the defendant again after your return to Chicago? A. I did. I saw him at least once or twice after that. Q. And why did you see him again after you returned to Chicago? Oh well, he had these sex tapes of me and I wanted to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1658. Stay in good standings with him because I wanted to see if I could get those from him. Q. And did you discuss that with him? A. Yeah. I remember calling him and asking him if I could meet with him and get the videotapes or even just destroy them together, and he gave me hope that we could. So he said something like, yeah, we might be able to do that, why don't you come down to the studio? And at that point, I knew that he didn't have any intentions of destroying the tapes, and that I would never see them again, and that was the last time that I spoke to him. Q. Did you ever get the tapes from the defendant? A. No, I didn't. Q. Did you ever see him destroy the tapes? A. No, I didn't. Q. Since the last time you spoke to him and discussed those tapes, have you spoken to the defendant since then? A. No. Q. Have you seen the defendant since then other than here today in court? A. No. Q. And in relation to that trip to Orlando, approximately. When was your last communication with the defendant? A. I would say either November or December of 1999. Q. And you went to Orlando around your birthday, is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1659. Right? A yes. Q, and when was that again? A mid-October. MS Shahada. One moment, Your Honor. Continued on next page. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Direct Shiata. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1660. Continuing. MS Shahada. Nothing further, Your Honor. The court. Okay. Cross-examination? Amir Farinella. Your Honor, Ms. Becker is going to take the cross-examination. Amir Kanik. Your Honor, is it possible to get 3 to 5 minutes? The court. Well, it would never be 3 to 5 minutes, but I will hold you to the 5 minutes. We'll take a 5-minute break. Amir Kanik. Thank you. The court, and expect the lawyers to be back in the courtroom in 5 minutes. So, all right, thanks so much, folks. Don't talk about the case. The courtroom deputy. All rise. Jury exits. The court. Okay, I am not leaving, so I want to start in 5 minutes. The witness can step out. I won't listen to your conversation, but I am staying here. Amir Kanik. It will be fine, Judge. The court. All right. Witness steps down and exits the courtroom. Recess taken. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1661. In open court, jury not present. The court. All right, let's get the defendant. MS Geddes. Your Honor, I'm assuming that we are not going to get to our next witness today. And so, she has a flight to catch, which we would have had her delay it, but we are going to send her home, if that's okay. The court. That's fine. MS Geddes. Thank you. Defendant entered the courtroom. Witness entered and resumed the stand. The court. Go and get the jury, please. Pause. The courtroom deputy. All rise. Jury enters. The courtroom deputy. You may be seated. The court. All right, I understand they tried to lock you out, but I think you got in. All right, so we are ready to continue with the cross-examination. Go ahead. MS Blank Becker. Thank you, Judge. The courtroom deputy. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. Cross-examination by MS Blank Becker. Hugh Stephanie, you spoke with the government prior to 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1662. Testifying today, correct? A yes. Hugh, in fact, you spoke with them today, is that true? A briefly, yes. Hugh, you spoke to them more in depth yesterday? A yes. Hugh, and you sort of went over your testimony, is that fair to say? We talked about the questions that would be asked. Hugh, well, you didn't talk for just, 5 or 10 minutes, right? Correct. Hugh, you went over what you had told them back in 2019, right? I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Hugh, sure. You reviewed with the government what you said to them back in 2019, correct? Yes. Hugh, okay. And back in 2019, when you initially talked to the government, you and/or your lawyer are the ones who contacted the government, is that correct? Yes. Hugh, you hired a lawyer, correct? Yes. Hugh, in fact, and I apologize, let me be more specific. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1663. You hired a lawyer for a civil suit, correct? And no, not correct. Q. Okay. So, you don't have an outstanding civil suit regarding this case? And no, I do not. Q. And you didn't have discussions about a civil suit after you testify? And no. Q. Okay. You have a lawyer who's in court with you today, correct? A yes. Q. Ms. Gloria Allred, is that correct? A yes, it is. Q. Can you just point to that person for us, please? She's right there, indicating. Q. Thank you. Ms. Blank Becker, the record will reflect that she did indicate Ms. Allred. By Ms. Blank Becker, Q. And the purpose of Ms. Allred is simply to, what, be here for moral support. Ms. Shahada, objection. The court, sustained. Q. Why did you bring a lawyer with you? Ms. Shahada, objection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1664. The court, can I see the parties at the side? Ms. Blank Becker, sure. Sidebar held outside the hearing of the jury. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1665. The following sidebar took place outside the hearing of the jury. The court, what's the basis of your objection? Ms. Shahada, Your Honor, she has a right to have a lawyer present in the courtroom. The suggestion that there's something untoward about that, and given that we had to change the configuration of the courtroom for COVID, it's particularly an unfair suggestion because normally the lawyer would be sitting in the gallery, like anyone else. And now, it's the questioning is making it seem as though there's something untoward about it, and something special about it, because other people are not allowed into the courtroom, because of the pandemic. The court, I always think it is sort of amusing that lawyers, who are representing people, make it seem like there's something wrong with someone else having a lawyer to represent them. What is the purpose of your question? Ms. Blank Becker, so my understanding is that there was a civil suit. Tell me. Ms. Shahada, that understanding is absolutely wrong. Ms. Blank Becker, great, I mean not great, but Ms. Shahada, I can tell you why she has a lawyer. She didn't know how to navigate the legal system. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1666. When she wanted to come forward and contact us. The court, well, she can answer that, if you wanted to do that on redirect. Ms. Shahada, I plan to. The court, it sounds like you have your answer. Ms. Blank Becker, yes. I am taking this over right now, and I'm dealing with the info I got. The court, that's fine, understood. Ms. Blank Becker, thank you. Sidebar concluded. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1667. In open court, jury present. The court, all right, next question. MS blank Becker, thank you, Judge. Examination continuing by MS blank Becker, Hugh Stephanie, you actually have a lawyer, because you didn't quite know how to navigate the system, is that correct? No. Hugh okay. So, when you spoke to the government back in 2019, you had your lawyer on the phone with you, is that correct? I don't recall. Hugh, what year did you hire your lawyer? I guess it would have been around 2019. Hugh okay, and if the paperwork, I know it was a while ago, but if the paperwork from your interview with the government in 2019 indicates that Ms. Allred was present as well, would that be correct? Probably, yes. Hugh okay. After the 2019 discussion, excuse me, interview with the government, well, actually, I should ask you, in the interview with the government, that was over the phone, is that correct? Yes. Hugh all right, during COVID times? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Cross blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1668. Correct. Hugh got it. And was it one of those times where you could see each other, like it was a FaceTime or a Zoom type thing? Yes. Hugh all right. So, you were able to see that all the United States assistant attorneys who are here today, you could see them when you guys were having the interview, is that correct? No, that's not correct. I recognize a couple of faces that were on that call. Hugh all right. So, if in that interview the government has listed that the individuals who are seated today, and perhaps not the detective, but the rest of the government, you don't remember them being there, these three, indicating, sorry, I should be more specific. The court, she just said she couldn't see everybody. Next question. By MS blank Becker, Hugh, do you know how many people were there? I don't. Hugh, fair to say, more than 2? Yes. Hugh, and more than 4? Probably. Hugh, when you had a chance to speak with them then, you had 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Cross blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1669. Plenty of time to sort of tell them everything that you remember, correct? Yes. Hugh, and you used that time, they didn't rush you through your story, you know, what you remembered happening, did they? No. Hugh all right. So, when you were able to tell them what happened, they wanted details, right? Yes, as I could remember. Hugh sure. To the best of your recollection, they wanted you to tell them exactly what happened when, how and where, fair enough. Yes. Hugh okay, and you did the best that you could with that, correct? Yes. Hugh, did you ever say to the government, when you were speaking to them back in April of 2019, that you had your own car, and you used your own car to go and see Mr. Kelly? There were times during our relationship that I did have a car. Hugh, you actually saw Mr. Kelly not one time, not twice, but several times, correct? Yes. Hugh all right. And the majority of the time was you going to 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Cross blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1670. Him, correct? Yes. Hugh all right. And when you would go to him, whether it was, I think you indicated earlier, sometimes you would get rides, is that correct? Hugh, you've got to just say yes or no, sorry. Yes. Hugh, and so, you would make the decision that it was time, if he called you, you would go there, is that fair to say? Yes. Hugh, and vice versa, correct? Meaning what? Hugh sure. Would he ever call you and ask you if you wanted to come and see him? That's mostly how it was. Q. Okay. So, but there were times you called him as well, I take it, correct? Not really, he initiated all the contact. Q. All right. You had a choice to pick up the phone or not, right? Yes, of course. Q. Okay. And you chose to pick it up every time he called? Yes. Q. And not only did you choose to pick up the phone every 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1671. Time he called, but you chose to figure out a way to get over there to see him, is that true? Yes. Q. All right. And my understanding from what you said earlier is that you were actually, I think the words were, humiliated and scared based on your relationship and things that happened with you and Mr. Kelly, right? Yes. Q. Okay. And that was after the first time there was some sexual interaction, is that correct? Can you clarify the question, please? Q. Sure. You indicated that you felt humiliated and scared of Mr. Kelly, correct? Yes, at times. Q. At times. So there were other times when he treated you like you were his girlfriend, right? Yes. Q. The times when you felt humiliated and scared, that had to do with sexual interactions with you and Mr. Kelly, correct? A. To a point. Q. Okay. Well, there was A also. There were times when he would scold me when we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1672. We're not having sex or yell at me or humiliate me at times that we were not having sex. So it wasn't only during sex. Q. Okay. And fair enough, you didn't like that, is that true? A. Of course, not. Q. But he never physically touched you, correct? Let me physically abused you, correct? No, he never hit me. Q. Never hit you? No. Q. Never smacked you? No. Q. Never hit your butt like a spanking type thing? MS Shahada, objection. The court, overruled. Did that ever happen? A. Unless sexually that happened. Q. Okay. You wouldn't chalk it up to, like, physical abuse, that was maybe something sexual that would occur? A. Correct. Q. Got it. All right, because if any of those things were happening you certainly would, I don't know, maybe call the police or something like that, is that true? A. I don't know what I would have done in that state of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1673. Mind. Q. Okay. But from what you recall, none of that ever occurred in your relationship, correct? A. Yes. Q. And you never saw Mr. Kelly do physical things to anybody else while you were around him, correct? A. Correct. Q. Now, you indicated at some point you recalled, I'm going to take you back to the beginning, you said at some point a coworker had told you that Mr. Kelly was having an event at Nike, correct? A. Yes. Q. It wasn't an event, was it, Stephanie? A. I don't know what it was, just that he was there. Q. Okay. So, someone told you R.KELLY is going to be at Nike on Chicago Street in Illinois, correct? A. Yes. Q. Or Michigan Street, I apologize, Michigan Avenue. A. Michigan Avenue. Q. Yes, okay. So, when you heard that, you remembered this is the same person I met, like, a year ago, or saw at the McDonald's, correct? A. Correct. Q, you were at McDonald's with your boyfriend, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1674. A yes. Q, and there were some other people there too, right? It wasn't just you and your boyfriend? A correct. Q, who else? There were 2 other people? A yes. Q, got it. All right, and at some point you talked about how someone came up to you and gave you Mr. Kelly's phone number, correct? A correct. Q, all right. And you took the number? A, I did. Q, and your boyfriend was standing there with you? A, he was in the restaurant. He wasn't standing with me at the register at that moment. Q, so he left you at that point? A, I left him at the table, and I went to order. Q, got it. So it was at that point that someone approached you? A correct. Q, all right. And you took the phone number, correct? A yes. Q, okay. Now, you didn't use the phone number, you didn't call, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1675. A correct. Q, you heard he was over at Nike, correct? A yes. Q, this is a year later, right? A yes. Q, thank you. And you go to the Nike store because you want to see if he'll help your friend's career, right? A correct. Q, you didn't think to call your friend Catherine and say, hey, I heard Mr. Kelly is going to be or R.KELLY's going to be over at the Nike store. I think you should get over there, no. A no. Q, right. So you went there by yourself, correct? A correct. Q, and, in fact, when you got there, you saw there was a whole bunch of people trying to get at Mr. Kelly. Do you remember that? A no. Q, okay. I think you actually testified something to the effect of when you left the Nike store, you were able to approach right up to him as he was exiting. Is that correct? A correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1676. Q, okay, you didn't see all of his security guards with him? A, I mean there were people around. Q, okay. But you had the ability to kind of get up in there, is that correct? A yes. Q, all right. And not only did you have the ability to get up in there, but you were like face to face with him, correct? A correct. Q, all right. And you were so close to him that you guys even were having a conversation there, correct? A yes. Q, okay. And you even said to Mr. Kelly, something to the effect of, I have a friend who knows how to sing, and, perhaps, she could sing for you, correct? A yes. Q, all right. And this whole conversation is happening as you are walking down the street with him to his car? A, it began as we were walking. I asked him about my friend after I was already in the car. Q, so, you didn't have the conversation about your friend until you were in his car? A correct. Q, so, you guys just walked and didn't talk at all until you jumped into the car? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1677. A, it was small talk. He was parked very close by. Q I think you said you got in his car in the passenger seat, right? A yes. Q okay. So according to you, and what you remember, Mr. Kelly is at Nike, there's all these people around him, but you could make your way to him, and he jumped into a car by himself as the driver, correct? He was sitting in the driver's seat, yes. Q okay. And then you got in as the passenger? Correct. Q no one else in the car, right? Not that I can recall. Q okay. Now, remember how I asked you questions earlier about telling the government, having enough time to tell them back in April about your recollection of what happened? A yes. Q you never mentioned anything about getting in a car with Mr. Kelly, did you? I don't remember. Q you never mentioned anything about walking with Mr. Kelly so that it was small talk, and then getting into the car, correct? I don't remember. Q and you never mentioned anything about when you were in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1678. The car, that's when you guys discussed your friend Catherine? I feel like I did say that Q okay. But I'm not positive, if you're saying that I didn't. Q would it help refresh your memory if you had a chance to look at the report? Sure. MS blank Becker, Judge, may I approach? The court, yes. MS blank Becker, sorry, Judge, if I could just have one moment, paperwork, it's everywhere. Sorry, Judge. The court, are you showing her 3500 S22, page 2? MS blank Becker, I am searching for it now, Judge, thank you. I apologize, Judge. May I approach? The court, yes. Just tell the government exactly what you're showing the witness. MS blank Becker, yes, I will, Judge, thank you. Pause. MS blank Becker, may I approach, Judge? The court, yes. MS blank Becker, thank you. Just read it to yourself. The witness, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1679. Pause. The witness, it doesn't mention the car. The court, just so I'm clear, is this 3500 S21 or S22? MS blank Becker, 1, Judge. The court, okay. MS blank Becker, may I approach, Judge? The court, yes. By MS blank Becker, Q did that help refresh your memory? A yes. Q and now, did you say anything to the government in April of 2019 about getting in a vehicle with Mr. Kelly? It doesn't seem that I did. Q you actually indicated that after you met Mr. Kelly, you ended up going to see him at the studio about a week later, is that correct? A yes. Q all right, and you did that because you had exchanged phone numbers, is that correct, when you met him? We'd spoken over the phone, and we arranged a time to meet at the studio. Q okay. So when was it that you gave him your number, or he gave you his number? He gave me his number to call him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1680. Q when was that, when did that happen? A in the car. Q in the car. And then your testimony is that you spoke for, like, a week with him, is that correct? A yes. Q and then you showed up at the studio? Correct. Q okay. You knew where that studio was, correct? He told me where it was, yes. Q okay. Well, you're from Chicago, correct? A yes, I am. Q. Okay. And in Chicago, Mr. Kelly is known as, like, a celebrity from Chicago, Illinois. Is that correct? A yes. Q. All right. And it's very common for people to know where he has his studios. Is that true? MS Shahada. Objection. The court sustained. MS Blankbecker. Thank you. By MS Blankbecker, Q had an idea of where his studios were located, correct? A no. Q. So, during this conversation of you talking with him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blankbecker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1681. Walking to the car, he also gave you the address for where you were to go. A no, after we spoke on the phone was when he told me where the studio was and where I could meet him there. Q. Okay, and I take it you were excited that you were going to go there because you were going to be able to talk to him about your friend Catherine, right? A yes. Q. In fact, you brought Catherine with you because this might be the opportunity where she could sing for him? A no. Q. You went by yourself? A correct, as he requested. Q. What about you? Didn't you want Catherine to go with you? A yes, of course. Q. But you didn't feel intimidated or scared to go by yourself, correct? A no. Q. You drove over there, correct? A no, I didn't have a driver's license at the time. Q. How old were you? A 17. Q. Thank you. So, someone got you strike that. Did you have your mom drive you? A no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blankbecker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1682. Q. Who drove you? A public transportation. Q. I apologize, I think did you say you took the bus? A yes. The court, she did. Next question. MS Blankbecker, thank you. By MS Blankbecker, Q. And once you got to the studio, I think you indicated that you had to go into the studio, and you had to talk with whomever was at the front desk, fair to say? A yes. Q. All right. And you supplied that person with your ID, correct? A. I don't recall that. Q. Do you remember them taking someone who was there taking a picture of you? A. No, I don't remember that either. Q. Do you remember if you spoke to a male or a female? A. I believe it was a male, but I'm not positive. Q. So, you don't remember a lot about when you first got there, is that correct? A. I remember some things, but I'm answering your questions honestly. Q. Okay. So you would have brought your ID with you, is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blankbecker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1683. A. I wouldn't have had reason to. I didn't have a driver's license, so I don't know why I would bring my ID with me, but I might have. Q. Okay. You just can't remember if they asked you for it when you got there, correct? A. I don't remember anyone asking me for my ID at any point. Q. Okay. Well, in Illinois the age of consent is 17, correct? A. Yes. Q. Okay. I believe that you had indicated at some point, when you got there at the studio, that first time someone took you to a room. A yes. Q. Correct? A. Yes. Q. Okay, and I think the government showed you some pictures and you indicated in one of the pictures, yep, that's the room I was in, correct? A. Yes. Q. Okay. The government showed you those pictures before you came in here today, correct? A. Yes. Q. And so you saw the room that they showed you today. You've seen that picture before, correct? Yes, I saw it yesterday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1684. Hugh OK. And are you suggesting that that room and the furniture with the couch, that was the same as it was back when you were there in, what was it, 2000 and MS Shahada, objection. The court, I think it was 1999. MS Blank Becker, thank you. You're right. Thank you, Judge. By MS Blank Becker, Hugh back in 1999? MS Shahada, I am going to object, Judge, I think the court. Well, are you asking her was the furniture the same? MS Blank Becker, yes, Judge. The court, all right. Do you recall what the furniture looked like when you were there in 1999? Was it the same as in those pictures? The witness, I don't remember. By MS Blank Becker, Hugh, it was a long time ago, right? Yes, it was. Hugh, so you agreed with the government when they showed you the picture and said, this is the room you were in? MS Shahada, objection. The court, sustained as to form. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1685. By MS Blank Becker, Hugh, you had an opportunity to tell the government. I have no idea if that's the room or not, it was so long ago, right? I had the opportunity. MS Shahada, objection. Yes. Hugh, but you didn't say that when you were talking about the room, correct? You said, that's the room, correct? Yes. Hugh, got it. I believe you also indicated that you had to wait a long time before you got to see Mr. Kelly, is that correct? Yes. Hugh, okay. Now, the room that you were in, I believe you already indicated had a bathroom attached, correct? Yes. Hugh, all right. It also had a door to go into the room and out of the room, fair enough? Yes. Hugh, and that room, excuse me, that door had a lock? Yes. Hugh, how do you know that? Well, most doors have a little lock on the inside. Hugh, okay, so you don't know for sure, but you're assuming it's a regular door lock, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1686. Well, I remember him locking the door from the inside when we were having sex in it. Hugh, you remember him locking the door from the inside. Which time was that you had sex that you remember that? A time when we had sex, I don't know the date. Hugh, okay, so every time if you strike that. How many times would you say that you had sex in that room? More than 15 times. Hugh, okay. So all 15 times, is that when you guys would go in and he would lock the door? I don't remember if he locked the door every single time. Hugh, the government asked you about whether the door was locked or not before you came in here today, correct? I don't recall them asking me that. Hugh, you never mentioned anything about a locked door when you spoke to the government in 2019, April, did you? I don't recall. Hugh, would it help refresh your memory to look at the report? No. Hugh, when you were waiting and, what was it, hours that you were waiting for Mr. Kelly? Yes. Hugh, okay. It's fair to say that you could have chosen to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1687. Up and leave, correct? When I was brought to the room, the person said to wait here for him, to not leave the room. Q. Okay. Just like in a classroom and the teacher's talking, you're not supposed to leave, but if you have to go to the bathroom, you could kind of raise your hand and go, fair enough? Ms. Shahada, objection. The court, sustained as to form. Ms. Blankbecker, thank you, Judge. By Ms. Blankbecker, you had the ability, let's say, to get up and walk out the door, if you wanted to, fair enough? A yes. You chose not to, true. A correct. And you chose to stay there for, I think you said, a couple hours? A correct. And eventually, Mr. Kelly came to the room, correct? A yes. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blankbecker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1688. Cross-examination BYMS Blankbecker, Hugh got it. And you indicated that Mr. Kelly, I believe you said something about, put his head on your lap? A shoulder. Hugh sorry, shoulder. Okay. And this was the first time that you guys had actually been alone, true? Besides in the car, yes. Hugh I apologize, right, in the car. And there was some small talk that occurred? Yes. Hugh and you went to see Mr. Kelly for the purposes of your friend Catherine, right? Yes. Hugh so while you were in this room, do you remember talking to him about Catherine? Not at that time, no. Hugh in fact, Catherine didn't even come up that time when you met him excuse me, when you were with him alone in the room at the studio for the first time? I don't remember if we talked about Catherine at that time. Hugh instead, you guys, I believe you indicated you were intimate, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blankbecker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1689. A yes. Hugh and you were intimate because you wanted to be intimate, or no? We were intimate because I wanted to do what I needed to do in order for him to hear my friend to sing. Hugh okay. I appreciate the honesty. So you would have Ms. Shahada, objection. The court, please don't make comments like that. Next question. Ms. Blankbecker, thank you, Judge. Hugh so at that point when you're in that room and Mr. Kelly shows up, you were at a point where you would have done what you had to do because you wanted to sort of make sure he hears about your girlfriend, is that correct? When I say girlfriend, I just mean your friend. I understand, but I don't understand the question, can you rephrase it please? Hugh okay, sure. When you said you were going to do what you had to do, that included having sexual relations with Mr. Kelly, correct? Yes. Hugh all right. So then eventually after the sexual relations I believe that you indicated you eventually left, true? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blankbecker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1690. Hugh okay. And you were able to just walk out the door and leave, correct? Yes. Hugh you were taking public transportation back home? I believe so. Hugh so you can sort of hop on the bus, for lack of better words, at any time when the schedule shows the bus is coming, correct? Yes. Hugh okay. And you ultimately went home to your residence, correct? Yes. Hugh you never had to stay overnight with Mr. Kelly, correct? Correct. Hugh you were always able to go home? That's correct. You remember earlier when I said, I wasn't sure where your head was, and you corrected me, and you said your head, excuse me, his head was on your shoulder in that room? Yes. Hugh, do you remember telling the government that he actually put his head on your lap? No, I don't remember that. Hugh, okay. Would it help refresh your memory if you had a chance to look at the report? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1691. No. Hugh, so when you left Mr. Kelly's, how quickly did you see him again? Probably within a week of that first time. Hugh, and the second time you saw him was at the studio as well, correct? Yes. Hugh, in fact, it was rare that you went anywhere with Mr. Kelly, like in public, true? Most times it was at the studio, correct? Hugh, and most times at the studio, if not every time, you guys engaged in some kind of sexual relations? Correct. Hugh, you spoke specifically of one instance that you recalled when you were at Houston's for dinner, do you remember that? I do. Hugh, you indicated that there were two other rappers that were there, I believe it was Boo and Meek? Boo and Gotti. Hugh, oh yes, Gotti. I believe you indicated you were introduced to them, that's how you knew their name, correct? Yes. Hugh, and then after that you were told you couldn't talk to them? I wouldn't say I was introduced to them. I was within 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1692. Earshot and heard him referring to them, and that's how I knew their names, but yes, I was told not to talk to them. Hugh, so you guys are one of those big round tables at Houston's? It was a square table. Hugh, got it. A square table at Houston's? Yes. Hugh, four of you? Correct. Hugh, and you what, did you have to, look down and not look at them the whole time? No, I didn't say that. Hugh, okay. You could look, but you couldn't speak. Correct. Hugh, and you told the government all about Houston's when you spoke to them in April of 2019, right? I did. Hugh, so if maybe they just, is it possible, strike that? Wherein strike that? You don't strike that. The first time when you spoke with the government back in April, are you saying that you told them about Houston's, or sometime you told them about Houston's, a different time? I believe I told them the first time, but I'm not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1693. Positive. Hugh, so if the report doesn't have anything about that MS Shahada, objection. The court, well, sustained. Can I see the parties at the side for a minute with the court reporter? Continued on the next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar Conference. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1694. The following occurred at sidebar. The court, I could be wrong, but it says it in the report. MS Blank Becker, well, the court, I know, but I'm just trying to tell you. MS Blank Becker, I will move on. Yes, thank you, Judge. The court, all right. End of sidebar conference. Continued on the next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1695. In open court. The court, next question. MS Blank Becker, thank you, Judge. Thank you. Q. Stephanie, you talked about the fact that you know that Mr. Kelly videotaped you a couple of times, fair to say? A yes. Q. All right. And ultimately you knew that because you could see the recording was on, is that fair to say? A yes. Q. And you were not too happy that he was videoing you, is that correct? A correct. Q. That wasn't something that you were interested in, is that correct? A correct. Q. Even though you didn't like it, after the first time you did it again, correct? A correct. Q. And then after the second time you did it again, correct? No, I'm not sure if there was more than 2 tapes made. Q. Okay. And you're not sure because you never saw the tapes, correct? That's correct. Q. And you were concerned that there might be some tapes out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1696. Their view correct? A yes. Q. And because of that you discussed the possibility of suing Mr. Kelly, correct? A no, that's not correct. Q. So the fact that there were videos out there, and you didn't know if any of them were with you, you didn't do anything about that? A. I didn't know what to do about it. Q. You didn't know that you could call a lawyer? MS Shahada, objection. The court, sustained. Q. So you didn't do anything about the videos, correct? A correct. Besides what I already testified to and what speaking with him and asking him to destroy them. Q. Got it. I think if I remember correctly, when you had that conversation he had asked you or you had spoke that you were going to come to the studio and maybe do it together, is that what you said? That's not exactly what I said. Q. Okay. What was supposed to happen in that phone call? I believe you said it was the last phone call you had with him. He said that that might be a possibility, and for me too. Come to the studio, but I knew him at that point and knew that he would had no intentions of destroying the tapes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1697. Q. And you knew him at that point, you said, right? I know he didn't have any intention of destroying the tapes. Q. That was your impression then, or your impression now? Then and now. Q. So you didn't want to try to go to the studio, and maybe the tapes were there and you could destroy them? No, I didn't want to be around him anymore. Q. You wouldn't do whatever you had to do to get those videos? MS Shahada, objection. The court, sustained as to form. Q. The videos, that was sort of the straw that broke the camel's back, is that fair to say? No. Q. The last conversation you had with Mr. Kelly, that was about the videos, correct? Correct. Q. And he offered for you to come to the studio to discuss and or get rid of videos, correct? Correct. Q. And that's when your relationship ended, correct? Correct. Q. You you testified about the fact that Mr. Kelly at some point gave you some money so that you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1698. Could go shopping at the water tower, correct? A yes. Hugh, in fact, I think you even said that Mr. Kelly dropped you off, and he waited for you, correct? He dropped me off, I don't know that he waited for me. Hugh, okay. Well, when you were done, Mr. Kelly came and picked you up, is that correct? Correct. Hugh, so have you ever heard of any runners that worked? I should withdraw that. When you were at the studio, did you ever see anyone that would kind of do the errands and so forth for Mr. Kelly? Not specifically an errand person, no. Hugh, are you familiar with the term a runner? Not unless you're talking about someone who is jogging. Hugh, got it. Now, when you didn't have a car, I know you said you took some public transportation. Were there other times when somebody would come pick you up from your house that worked for Mr. Kelly? Yes. Hugh, and that happened on more than one occasion, correct? I'm not sure. Hugh, so the individual who came to pick you up, do you remember who that was? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1699. The bald guy that I saw a picture of earlier. Hugh, and he only came and picked you up one time? At least once. Hugh, so when you went to the water tower you're saying it wasn't him, or anybody else that drove you there, correct? I know that Mr. Kelly was in the car and Boo and Gotti were there. I don't remember who drove. Hugh, oh, Boo and Gotti were in the car as well? They were at the lunch, I'm not sure if they were in the car. Hugh, you told us about a time that you had to give oral to Mr. Kelly in the back of a car, correct? Yes. Hugh, and I believe you indicated that there was someone in the front seat, is that true? Yes. Hugh, and you didn't ask that person for help, correct? No. Hugh, did you have a cell phone with you? I don't recall. Hugh, how about when you went to the water tower shopping, did you have a cell phone with you? I don't recall. Hugh, so were there times where you just would go out and not bring your cell phone with you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1700. I don't remember if I had a cell phone at that time yet. Hugh, so every time that you would communicate with Mr. Kelly it would be from your house phone? I don't recall. Hugh, with regards to oral in the back seat, if I recall correctly the words that you used is you felt ashamed, is that correct? Yes. Hugh, okay. That was like belittling, is that fair to say, for him to do that while people were around? Yes. Hugh, yet you went to Orlando for a long weekend to see him after that, correct? Correct. Hugh, in fact, you went to Orlando I think you said with Catherine, correct? Yes. Hugh, and Catherine, she wasn't there to sing for Mr. Kelly, was she? No. Hugh, she was actually dating Blackie, the individual that they showed you the government had showed you in one of those pictures, correct? Correct. Hugh, so you went down to Orlando, she came with you and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1701. Blackie was down there as well, correct? I believe so, yes. Hugh, you indicated that you sat at the home there for, was it, days before you saw Mr. Kelly? Correct. Hugh, how about Blackie, do you remember when he came by? I don't honestly remember. Hugh, okay. It's possible you just don't remember? Yes. Hugh, okay. Fair enough. There is public transportation in Orlando too, correct? A. I have no idea. Q. Okay. 'Cause you didn't try to call anyone to get you to go to the grocery or go to the mall, true? A. No, I did not. Q. There is phones in that house, correct? A. I don't know. Q. Never looked for a phone? A. I don't recall whether or not I looked for a phone. Q. You never thought maybe you would call your parents or call someone to help you get out of the house? A. No. Q. So my understanding is a long weekend. Does that mean Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? What is a long weekend? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1702. Do you remember? A. I don't remember exactly which dates they were. Q. But according to you, you didn't see Mr. Kelly until the last day, correct? A. Correct. Q. You had to wait for him again? A. Yes. Q. And you decided to wait for him? A. I didn't have a choice. I was in a house that I didn't know, in a place that I didn't know, and no one there to help me, so I waited. Q. Stephanie, did you have a choice when you got on the plane to go down to Orlando? A. Yes. Q. Did you have a choice when you got off the plane and went to Mr. Kelly's like an R&B, a B&B home? Did you have a choice to do that? A. Yes. MS Blank Becker. Sorry, Judge, can I just have a moment, please? The court, yes. MS Blank Becker. Thank you, Judge. The court, do you have any more questions for this witness? MS Blank Becker. Just like to, Judge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Cross Blank Becker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1703. The court, okay. MS Blank Becker, could I still? The court, yes, go ahead. MS Blank Becker, thank you. Q. The videos that you were talking about, you were not able to supply any of that to the government, correct? And no, they're not in my possession. Q. Nor any pictures of you and Mr. Kelly together, you couldn't supply that? And no, we didn't take pictures together. Q. And so for the entire 6 to 8 months you guys were together, never took a picture? A. Correct. Q. Never went out in public other than that Houston's you indicated? And no, that's not true. We did go to places together. Q. And you consented to having sexual relations with him every time, correct? A. Yes. MS Blank Becker, thank you. I don't have any additional questions, Judge. Thank you. The court, any redirect? MS Shahada, very briefly. The court, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie Redirect Shahada. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1704. Redirect examination by MS Shahada. Q. On cross-examination you were asked some questions about that first time, or the time you went from where you were working at the hotel as a barista to the Nike store when you heard that the defendant was there. Do you recall those questions? A. I do. Q. You were asked questions about how Catherine didn't go with you or you didn't call Catherine. Do you recall those questions? A. I do. Q. The hotel where you worked, how close was it to the Nike store? A. About 50 meters away. Q. So right there? A. Right around the corner. Q. And did Catherine work nearby? A. No, she did not. Q. Now you were also asked some questions about the last phone call you had with the defendant about destroying, asking him to get rid of the videotapes. Do you recall those questions? A. I do. Q was that phone call the first time you had talked to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie redirect Shahada. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1705. Defendant about wanting to either get those videotapes or destroy them. And no, that was not the first time. Q, and how many times had you talked to him about that before that phone call? Twice before. Q, and were those times in person? Yes. Q, and did the defendant destroy the tapes when you asked him those times? No, he did not. Q, did he give them back to you? No, he did not. Q, did you conclude from that going over there would make no difference whatsoever? Yes, I did. Q, you were also asked some questions about the incident in the car where the defendant told you to give him oral sex with people in the front seat. Do you remember those questions? I do. Q, the people in the front seat, who did they work for? They worked for Mr. Kelly. Q, before today, have you ever spoken publicly about your experience with the defendant? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie redirect Shahada. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1706. And no, I have never done that. Q, sitting here today, do you ever intend to do so again other than in this courtroom? No. Q, you were asked some questions about having a lawyer represent you. Why did you get a lawyer? Because I wanted to understand my rights and what I needed to do for this case. Q, what do you mean by that? Adjust my responsibilities as it came to this case. Q, you were asked a question about you or your lawyer contacting the government about what happened to you. Is that right? Yes. Q, before you hired a lawyer or got a lawyer, did you know how to get in touch with the government? Not at all. Q, you were asked some questions about certain details of things that happened in 1999 on cross-examination. Yes. Q, do you have a perfect memory of everything that occurred with the defendant in 1999? Not 100% perfect, clear memory, no. Q, are there certain things that stick out in your mind? Absolutely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie recross blank Becker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1707. Q, certain things that you'll never forget? Absolutely. MS blank Becker, objection. Leading. The court, overruled. Q, why won't you ever forget those things? Because that was the lowest time of my life. I've never been treated like that before or since. He humiliated me, he degraded me, he scared me. I'll never forget the way he treated me. MS Shahada, nothing further. The court, any recross? MS blank Becker, thank you. Recross examination by MS blank Becker. Hugh, just briefly, Stephanie, do you need a moment? The court, well, your microphone is not working. I'll take care of anybody needing a moment. MS blank Becker, thank you, Judge. Hugh, Stephanie, the first time you guys had some sexual relations you indicated you were 17, correct? Yes. Hugh, did you call 911? Why would I do that? Hugh, you indicated that you didn't strike that. You indicated that in direct you were asked a question about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Stephanie recross blank Becker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1708. Whether or not you spoke publicly before and you said you never have, correct? A correct. Q. Meanwhile, you've seen person after person on TV or social media talking about what they claimed happened, correct? MS. Shahada. Objection. The court. Have you seen any? I don't know about the person after person business, but have you seen anything on social media or television about it? The witness. I purposely did not watch any videos or shows in regards to the abuse that he inflicted on other people because I didn't want to remember what happened to me. The court. Any more questions? MS. Becker. Thank you, Judge. Q. Just lastly. You indicated that you had a lawyer because you didn't know how to contact the government, correct? I contacted a lawyer because I wanted to understand my rights, and I wanted the lawyer to help me to get to the right people in order to let them know what happened to me. Q. Did you not want to understand your rights back when this occurred? MS. Shahada. Objection. The court. Sustained. Q. You waited all of this time before you wanted to find out. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Stephanie Recross Becker. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1709. About your rights? MS. Shahada. Objection. The court. Sustained. MS. Becker. Thank you. I don't have any additional questions. Thank you, Judge. MS. Shahada. Nothing further. The court. Okay. Thank you so much. You can step down. The witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Whereupon, the witness was excused. The court. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I do apologize for going just a few minutes late, but I thought it was important to finish that witness. I'm going to excuse you for the evening. Please don't talk about the case, don't read anything about the case or any accounts having to do with it, but I hope you have a good night. And oh, wait, tomorrow is Friday, right? So it is going to be obviously a long weekend. I have lost all bearings here, so we won't meet tomorrow, but I will see you on Monday morning, and because we're going to be apart for all this time, and you won't hear me yammering on about what you're not supposed to do, I do want to take the time to list all of those things because they are important. Don't talk about the case with anyone at all in any 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1710. Way, shape or form. Do not look anything up on the internet about the case. Don't watch or read any accounts about the case. Report to me or to any effort by any person to contact you to speak about the case, or to influence you or another juror improperly. Have a great weekend, stay healthy. I'll see you on Monday. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury exits courtroom. The court, all right. Everybody can sit down, I'm sorry. You're going to let them know who you're going to call next week, correct? MS Geddes, yes, Judge. MS Shahada, yes. The court, and then, I'm not asking for it, but you said that you had an additional motion in limine. Americanic, we'll work on it over the weekend, Your Honor. The court, I see. So it will be a written motion? Americanic, yes. The court, great. I take it that it will relate to one of the witnesses, MS Geddes, on Monday. The court, on Monday. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Georgette K. Betts, RPR, FCRR, CCR. 1711. Anything else that we need to discuss? MS Shahada, yes, just very briefly. In relation to the examination of the witness that just got off the stand, I believe Your Honor sustained an objection where she had responded talking about a phone call that she made to her friend. The court, right. Ms. Shahada, and I just wanted to make clear that there were two parts to her answer, and that the only part that is in fact stricken is the part about what her friend said to her on the call. The court, that's correct, that's correct. Just when the friends told her to get out of there. Ms. Shahada, thank you, Your Honor. The court, yes. All right. Anything else? R.KELLY, no, Your Honor. The court, all right. See you on Monday. R.KELLY, have a good weekend. Whereupon, the trial adjourned at 5:40 p.m. to resume Monday, August 30th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR INDEX Witnesses Thomas Arnold Direct Examination, CONT'd, by Ms. Geddes 1481 Cross-Examination by Mr. Farinella 1545 Redirect Examination, by Ms. Geddes 1610 Stephanie Direct Examination, by Ms. Shahada 1618 Cross-Examination, by Ms. Becker 1661 Redirect Examination, by Ms. Shahada 1704 Recross-Examination, by Ms. Becker 1707. Exhibits Government Exhibit 525, U. 1482 Governments Exhibits 15, 16, 18, 19, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 and 36 1519. Governments Exhibit 523, A, 524, B, and 523, C, 1529 Government Exhibit 57 1619 Government Exhibit 57A 1620 Government Exhibit 244, 1625 Government Exhibit 243, 1626 Government Exhibit 952, 1628. Asterisk asterisk asterisk.